Hello, everyone. Can I see some thumbs up if you can hear me? Or some reaction? Awesome. Awesome. I'd love to welcome everyone to our first ever Africa Deep Tech Community Virtual Open Day. And I will go into more details about what the community is about. But first, I'd love to introduce myself. My name is Emeka Fibo, and I am the convener of the community. And I will be walking today with Fumi Olumoko. If you can come on and just say hi to folks, that would be great. But yeah, it is really exciting to have all of you here today and to share with you today what our community is about. We have a lot of exciting sessions, that span across the gamut of deep tech for you today, and it's going to be an exciting conversation with everyone. So before we start, I'll go through a few housekeeping items just to get us all situated. So first thing is, again, you're very welcome. This is a Zoom webinar. And so, hopefully most of us have used Zoom before or have used Zoom webinars before, but we welcome all kinds of engagement in the chat. We love to hear from you. We love the interaction as the webinar goes on. One thing I'll point out is if you have a question, like the chat is great for engagement of just sharing your views and thoughts. But if you have a question for the panelists or, the facilitators, please use the Q&A button, right? Because that is where we'll be looking at when it's time for Q&A to address questions. But you can use the chat just for, general engagement. So that's one thing. We're going to talk through like the agenda in a bit, but just a note that this webinar is being recorded, just so you know. You can get the agenda in the link using the QR code, and you'll see we have a lot of exciting things that we can talk through, that we're going to talk through today. Got it? I hope that was clear. Not a lot of housekeeping items, but I thought it was important to get that in there. Cool. So at this point, I wanted to take some time to basically introduce, give like a welcome address. I don't know if it's much of a keynote. And you can take down the share at this point. But just wanted to share what the community is all about and why we're doing this. Why are you here? Why did we invite you to spend your Saturday evening, morning, afternoon with us, depending on where you are in the world? So today's conversation is really about African deep tech and what the future holds or what we should be doing about it. Now, as a person, I have always been very much interested in everything that goes into the development and growth of technology. And I've always believed that it is very hard to separate technology from culture, right? The way technology evolves is very dependent on how, on the culture of the people that are evolving it, right? And so that's really important. Now, some time ago, I wrote an article that was trying to imagine what would the internet look like if it was invented by Africans, right? It was like one of those dreamy articles. And when I wrote that article, it was just me putting my ideas out there. And one of the things I said at the end of that article was, if you're interested in, having conversations about this or being in a community around this, please reach out, right? Let's start a conversation. And somebody reached out, and that person was Fumi, who is, working with me today on this event. And she said, hey, I read your article. I'd love to be involved. Let's do it. And basically, she motivated me to start what has become the Africa Deep Tech community, which is basically a collection of like-minded Africans who are curious about emerging technologies, about research-based technologies. And, we get together to have conversations around this and support each other. And, basically help everybody else feel like they are not crazy when they're thinking about all these far off things, or seemingly far off things that Africans are trying to do around emerging technology. So the question for some of you who are hearing about this for the first time, you may ask the question like, what is deep tech and why is it important? Just to keep it very, very simple, I like using, I think it's Eric Raymond or somebody who defined deep tech as technologies that were impossible yesterday, are barely possible today, and tomorrow will be so pervasive that we can't even imagine what life would be like without them, right? That is the definition I like to use for deep tech. So under that, you have things like XR, advanced AI, some of the advanced IoT, robots, things like that, Web3, there's so much space technologies and all of that good stuff. Now, the question is, what is Africa's role here? Does Africa have a role? And that's really what the Africa Deep Tech community is all about and trying to figure out, right? Africa needs tech that works for Africans, and Africans need to bring their Africanness to developing globally relevant technologies, right? And that is really what the community is trying to do. Basically, we have this vision to reimagine technology that works for Africa. We have this vision of a global African community for research-based and emerging tech innovation. And we have the following objectives. The first one is to connect Africans, whether you're techie, whether you're a creative, whether you're an artist, whatever it is, that are working on deep tech, because we believe that an interdisciplinary approach is important to realizing this dream. It's not just about, hey, I'm a software developer or I'm an engineer. No, we believe that with technology, everybody has to be involved. Whether you're an engineer, an artist, a linguist, a filmmaker, a philosopher, whatever it is, so long as you're interested in the advancement of easier and better and more beautiful ways of doing things for the region, then you should be involved in the conversation. We also want to create a safe space for cross-pollination of these ideas that are related to these emerging technologies, because we need that safe space to have these conversations. And thirdly, we want to create an environment to support the evolution of these crazy ideas from idea to MVP. We know that a lot of smart Africans are out there that have, of all ages and all walks of life, that have crazy ideas, but they don't have the environment or the ecosystem to encourage them to get these ideas from an idea, even to a prototype or an MVP, to show the world that this is possible, and want to create an environment to support that. And so in today's event, we have a few speakers that don't necessarily represent the gamut of everything that is deep tech, but we just wanted to give you a taste of some of the conversations that we do have in our community so that you can understand where we're going. And obviously, we invite you to join us. And so at this point, I will ask if you can bring up the agenda so we can just walk through. Today, we have an exciting, exciting slate of speakers. Shortly, we're going to be talking about extended reality, with a great speaker session. And we have a theme on microchips and AI. We've got two great speakers who are going to be sharing with us. We have Ola and Tayo. Then we're going to talk about AI, LLMs, and talent. What does the future hold for the region? And we have two great speakers there as well, Alex and Olamuse. And then there's all this question around, hey, if you're going to do all this great stuff in the region, if deep tech is going to be a thing, what is the compute that is going to power all of this, right? And so we are lucky to have somebody who is working on this problem, Johnson, that is going to share with us very briefly, like what he's working on and how they're thinking about the problem. And then, like I said, culture and mindset is very important to this conversation. And that's where Zach will come and share with us, give us some thoughts around this. And lastly, I'm sure you'll all agree with me that it's very hard. It's good to say all these things and talk about it, but it's very hard to do any of this without some money or a supporting ecosystem, right? And so we're going to close with a Deep Tech Partnerships and Investor Insights panel that's going to share with us how the money people, in quotes, are thinking about, innovation in the region and by Africans and how we're going to support them. In between that, we're going to have 2 10-minute breaks just to stretch our legs. And we'll share with you more about the community and how to participate and how to join. We're going to share some links in the chat as the event goes on, but we'll share more stuff with you. And so at this point, I will hand off to Fumi to introduce our next speakers. But I want to again thank you all for coming. I hope that you enjoy the conversation, and please share your feedback and reactions with us. And we're really, really happy to see you. So over to you, Fumi.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so it's great to have you here with us for this once in a lifetime remarkable event. Okay, and we're moving to the first session of the day. And this session will be hosted by Judith and Daniel. These are industry leaders in the XR and VR space, and they've been empowering this innovation across the continent. And they will be discussing on how extended reality is shaping the future of innovation in Africa. And the session will look into current trends, highlight exciting projects, and explore ways to tackle challenges and make the most of opportunities that extended reality offers for growth across the continent. So, I present to you Judith Okonkwo, the founder of EMIC 3D, and Daniel Getachow, founder and CEO of Guzo Technologies. Over to you, Judith and Daniel.
Fumi, thank you so much. What an absolute pleasure it is to be here this early evening here in Lagos with you all, and of course with my friend and colleague Daniel Getatu, who's an absolute legend in the XR space. I'll go ahead and introduce myself first of all. My name is Judith Okonkwo. I am the founder of EMIC 3D. We are an ecosystem developer for the extended reality technologies. So augmented, virtual, and mixed reality across the African continent. And that's work we've been doing since 2016. So long in the game, if you consider XR in Africa, and absolutely passionate about how we can leverage those technologies for the progress and prosperity of the continent. Today, I'm going to be in conversation with Daniel, who I'm going to tell you just a little bit about him, but we're going to dive into this conversation, and then you'll hear a lot more about who he is and what he does. But Daniel is the visionary founder of a company called Guzo Tech that's based in Ethiopia. He's got a background, a bachelor's degree in computer science, a master's in software engineering, and is currently doing a PhD in AI and robotics. But beyond those academic qualifications, Daniel is a doer in every sense of the word, and has been at the forefront of leveraging immersive technologies in Ethiopia to figure out how exactly the affordances of those technologies can be used for the benefit of society. Alongside that, he does really incredible work collaborating with partners across Africa. But I'll stop talking about him so he can talk a little bit about himself. Daniel, welcome. How are you doing? And how are things in Ethiopia today?
Hi, Judy. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, it's about evening time currently,
Yeah.
and yeah, I'm still in office working. And happy to see everyone. I think we're going to discuss about first of its kind event about deep tech. Never heard of such a highly detailed tech event, which is specifically into deep technologies. Yeah, I'm happy to share our experience, especially in terms of, the XR ecosystem within Africa.
Fantastic, fantastic, Daniel. So, I think to get us started, why don't you talk a little bit about your journey and how you got started? How did you end up here, where you are today as the CEO of, Guzo Tech, and someone who is advocating for the extended reality technologies and AI in Ethiopia and across Africa?
Yeah, the first thing I think maybe I will say I started the idea of this immersive experiences, but before that it's about understanding the presence of virtual presence or virtual tour for different historical heritage sites, and everything started because of a news that I remember. It's in Syria when different artifacts were destroyed. That was like the moment where I personally, witnessed when histories were like wiped off from history, and how can we just bring all of them or preserve the rest of our artifacts within Africa, because it's also be a challenge. And I think that's the eye opener for me, to understand what technologies will solve. So it was a final year project when I was doing my bachelor's, and I come up with the idea, okay, do we have any sort of, digital technologies that will help us, to preserve artifacts digitally, and then
Yeah.
maybe, pass it to the next generation. So that was the time when I found out about Google Street View, and I'm also interested in the academics. So that was a project done by, if I'm not mistaken, by Stanford University and Google. So, those private sectors, the tech giants, they always finance, good research works, and also interesting technology kind of technology products that they can get from researchers. So Google Street View was my point of interest when I started about virtual reality, and then gradually time to time I got a chance to meet a lot of professionals, and even my personal journey when it comes to before the industry, I also mastered a few things on augmented reality that's related to my master's, and I understand the framework, I understand different techniques and tools, products. Then, the one thing that I say is you have to feel the XR space in order to, take it as a serious business. And that mentality comes from different experiences and exposures, and knowing the evolution of, technologies throughout the years. So previously it's all about desktop computers, wearables, and also smartphones. But nowadays, uh, understanding immersive technology is becoming the next frontier, and that's where we are heading. So that's what makes me convinced about the technology. And we found out we started establish this company Guzo Tech, almost now 5 years and nearly 7 months ago, and it was COVID. We had a lot of challenges, and then we manage, to prototype and design different ideas, experiences. But
Mm-hmm.
our goal is not only to develop, immersive experiences. We want to feel the space of XR or extended reality, and it's not
Mm-hmm.
limited to, creating content. So uh, I finally got, that simple and the next big space in technology, which is XR, that evolves and that incorporates all other technologies. It could also be artificial intelligence, Internet of
Yeah.
Things, electronics, and all of those are connected in the space of XR. That's pretty much my journey.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. And what a journey. And I think, if you talk to a lot of the pioneers on the continent in this space, it's like similar stories about that one thing that sparked up your interest. I mean, I think for me, it was just the first time like trying the technology and saying, oh my goodness, we have to make sure that people on the continent can have access to this just to even start to explore the possibilities. And so, sort of like going into that vein, why do you think these technologies are important for Africa? Why should we bother? I mean, we're talking to an audience who's interested in deep tech, but tell us why XR?
So in XR, I don't think we have a choice because
Yeah.
there are multiple technologies that we've been used to, and especially I say this to my team and also as a whenever I get a chance to speak about XR, this is not some kind of a tech that we adopted or buy it from somewhere. This is a space that we as an Africans could also contribute to the rest of the world. I personally believe we lost the Web 2 space. Whether we like it or not, I don't know how many of us will that makes us happy, but
Mhm.
all the apps, all the mobile applications, desktop applications, web applications, mostly they are dominated by big companies, and they already own the technology. But we are trying to sell applications, so we rely on foreign technologies. We rely on, foreign IP rights. So it's not easy for us, to come up with a very unique kind of competitive or custom tailored products or software. So XR will allow us, because we are also extending. When we say XR, it's not limited to some kind of, a very limited space like designing hardwares or only creating contents, but it opens doors for really innovative products. So why not we master all of those techniques and skills so that we will be
Mhm.
able to sell new products. Currently, I think Consumer Electronic Show is also it's under exhibition. The exhibition is already active, but it's ongoing, and on that ongoing exhibitions, how many African products are available there? How many unique patented African products are there? So if we are going to establish the next big tech company in Africa or the next big tech frontier, we have to understand what's coming, and also how we can contribute something new to the
Mhm.
rest of them. And I think that's why I found out XR is one of the area that incorporates, like I said, multiple technologies within it. And
Mhm.
that's also the advancement. And it's not something uh, we just say, okay, this is a luxury kind of, tech space that
Mhm.
someday we will join it. Because I personally believe the era of, using smartphone or desktop will be gone, whether we like it or
Mhm.
not. That's like my
Mhm.
personal insight here. But
Yeah.
we will not have those limited 2D spaces and also scrolling websites. Now we will be part of that experience. We will be part of that immersive feelings, immersive 3D environments. So instead of crawling from one website to another website or accessing through browsers, we will have, a headset, a custom kind of glasses that will allow us to physically, virtually attend anything we want. So those
Mhm.
virtual worlds will most likely be like web pages. So we jump
Yeah.
from one to the other and experience. So that's an advancement. So it incorporates all of the other tech areas. And why not? Africa should own something in this big market. And that's why the reason it's important in order to sustain as a community and also help out our countries with different
Mhm.
sectors. we have to first understand the tech space because that's the backbone for everything. And it's not easy. I know most people, XR is a luxury for Africa. XR is not going to feed you. But I don't think I have to explain this for everyone because we have to own, we have to get our share properly from the market and use that money to help out other sectors within Africa so that we will be able, to fulfill everything what we are up to. So that's like the main reason. Okay, XR is the shortcut for a company like Guzotech and personally for my own vision as well.
Mhm. Thank you. I love that. I love that. I love the sort of like that emphasis on the fact that actually these technologies are inevitable, right? There's no escaping them. The only question we ask ourselves is how we intend to play, and we better intend to play so that we can leverage these technologies for good for ourselves. And I think another thing that constantly you used to occur to me as well when I talk to people about this is the fact that the technologies are not boundaried yet. You know what I mean? They're still emerging, they're still developing. We get to determine what they will become, not just for ourselves, but for all of us. So yeah, let's hope that we can get more people involved. Okay, so we've talked about these technologies and a little bit about what they can kind of like do or how we can potentially exploit them. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the things you've been building at Guzotech? And just to say, kind of like to everyone, what's particularly interesting about Daniel and the work he does, I mean, if you know much about tech on the continent, you know that a lot of it has been focused on software as opposed to hardware. And Daniel is someone in the deep tech space who's kind of like straddled both sides, which I find really fascinating. So Daniel, please tell us a little bit.
Yeah. Thanks, Judith. So at Guzotech for the past 5 years, almost solid 5 years, we've been into the space of XR. And the reason why we say XR is not only creating the hardware, the contents, but also developing some MVP products or piloting some kind of electrical or hardware related equipments. And connecting those two is also one of the areas we want to master. And that could also give us, the chance for us to come up with a patented product and also maybe contribute something to the XR ecosystem. And maybe I can name a few things here. And also if the organizers allow me to share the screen, maybe I can also show you for your eyes. It's instead of, giving some ideal kind of descriptions, but maybe the first one is a virtual simulator that we designed for a government institution. It's now kept in a museum here in Addis. It's a game actually, Adwa. I think it's one of the famous battle in Africa. For most of you all, Ethiopia was never colonized, and that was the battle, and the name is called Adwa. And we wanna, commemorate all of those legends and we want to recreate that experience in VR. So we had a first project, and I hope, Judith, you remember, we showcased that during our first delegation at France level virtual, which led us to be the first nominee as an African, content, the XR content producer. And unfortunately, we did not won the award, but it's like an honor for us, to represent Africa and showcase it during 2021. And that's the second, I think,
Daniel?
Yes.
Sorry, Daniel, just to say you can go ahead and share your screen if you do want to show everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. I won't take too much time. I just want to share some of the ideas. All right. Okay. I hope now you can see the screen.
Yes.
So two of these projects. So the first one is Adwa Veiler. It's a machine gun simulator. It might take time for me to show you both of the trailers, but I just quickly put the link to our YouTube channel so that you can check both of the projects, how they function, how we even initially designed it. So we always show the process of designing them and also implementing at the right place. And like I told you, this is a product we designed, started from sketching the product And then we have a mechanical and electrical team that design, the actual hardware and also the equipment itself. And we create or develop a custom PCB board for this that will allow us, to send electrical signals to the game that we design. And for that, there is a specially created firmware. We basically use, by the way, an open source technologies like Arduino and some other, custom boards, but most of them are open source. So we are using even an open source technology for developing something scalable. And that's how we designed. And there is a second, and this one is the one on the right side. It's called Zurat Pod. It allows you, to travel through different experiences. It's a pod, basically allow us to design or to visit some places virtually, and it includes haptics and air flow inside the pod, and that allows us to customly control based on the experience you are witnessing. We recently announced this 3 weeks ago for our client, and it's also designed and developed within Guzo Technologies. Let me just quickly send you our YouTube channel so that you can check most of the trailers and also product design process, not only to this too, but there are also other projects that we also publish. And I invite you all maybe to check that out. So what I'm trying to say here is when we design an XR experience, we always look for a way to incorporate, different talents within the industry. So XR is not only for, clever software engineers or some kind of animators or 3D modelers, but it also incorporates electrical engineers, and we have mechanical engineers who design products, who prototype items. So when we have the virtual equipments now, and then we will later on come to the stage where we will, program the hardware itself, which we call it designing the firmware. And also we use 3D printing technology, to create the custom casing for all of the boards. So we still involve, 3D printing for most of our electrical parts. And then we will create a custom device that will be easily connected with the VR headset, or it could also be connected with the gaming machine. And then we can control anything in the experience. So this is an open door. This is an open opportunity for Africans. It's a big step for us, to showcase new experiences, new products within Africa. Okay, is it sellable? Is it marketable? Of course. What I show you here is both of these two projects are already sold. And the first one is, the giant telecom in Africa. It's called Ethio Telecom. I don't know if you heard of that, but they already got 50 something million subscribers. So we sold it to this company. We convinced that this project will work. One side of it is empowering, young talents, young engineers within the country, to design their own products. And the second one is the pod. It's under the design process, it took us, a little bit of time, but for the first Techno AI event, we showcased this product. So they rented out this product. We created a custom experience. So people were, enjoying with this product, and it could also be, customly made for any experiences that we want based on the client's request. So that's the whole story behind, designing some projects. So check the link for more.
Thank you. For more. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you so much. Okay, my goodness, the time has gone so quickly. We literally just have a minute left for the conversation, but don't worry, everyone, there is 10 minutes for questions coming up. But Daniel, kind of like to wrap this up, what's the final word? I kind of like had a couple of questions I wanted you to deal with. One was, and maybe you can just sort of like bunch them all together. What are you looking forward to in 2025? What should we do now, right? So what should we do now to advance the ecosystem, to advance the ways in which we're able to leverage these technologies? And any final thoughts you'd like people to go away with?
I think
And you
we
have
can say
1 minute. Sorry, I forgot to add that bit, unfortunately.
Thank you, Judy. So I won't take much of the time, but most of the things that we have discussed will work if we get the right supporters or if we get the right investors within Africa. So we know how hard to collaborate with, a bunch of tech companies abroad and also outside of the African ecosystem. And it's really hard for us, to get investors. So how do we get a chance, to work on similar projects within the continent? So diasporas to get, access to support African companies, African talents before we leave our country. We need that support before we undermine that what kind of technologies Africa could produce. They have to first invest on the talents. They have to first, empower the startups. They have to help out the governments, to come up with the supporting policies. So those are like the things we require. And hopefully, I'm lucky to know most of, the leaders in this space. And there are, individuals, including you, who are helping this XR ecosystem within Africa. So that's like the things we want. And we have to, strengthen and also be able to secure what we want in order to, come up with a very unique African products until Africa becomes, the giant tech provider in the XR ecosystem. That's the vision I have.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Daniel. Okay, so we're going to dive right into the questions because we do have a number of them coming up. So let's see. The first one is from Chikere Eze. You both are speaking excellently about the unique opportunities for augmented extended reality innovation in Africa, but how can we tackle the challenges of making XR technology more affordable and accessible across the continent?
Yeah, so affordability. Honestly, from what we know in the past, the technology is becoming really affordable, but that's like a very relative term. We say affordable when we prioritize the technology and when we see, positive impacts that we get out of this tech space. So let's say we as a startup, we invest a lot on this industry, on the, building experiences. You have no idea. We burn a lot of money towards, when we create even a single experience. That comes from, we value the technology as impactful for Africa. So if we see it from that aspect, the technology is affordable, but still it requires a lot of work. When I see, projects from different companies, including even Meta producing its headsets, the headsets are priced, I think, lower than the rest of other manufacturers within the industry. So they are trying to make it, more affordable, accessible. And if we get investors, like I say, if there are, granting institutions to the industry, we will be able to access this technology for free, even accessing through, institutions, including MEC's 3D, for example. So individuals who are interested to come and learn, they will be able to have access to the technology. They learn from experts. So that's how I think how we reach the young and also the talents within the XR space. That's what I believe. And I don't know if you add a little bit to it, Judith.
Yeah, I will add a little bit, and Daniel, and thank you very much for that. I mean, one thing I will say is, as we all know, I mean, kind of like components for, computer peripherals continue to kind of like decrease over time. So we can expect that to happen in the extended reality space as well. But the other thing I do want to say is that, kind of like comparatively, I mean, yes, there's very expensive sort of like VR headsets, for example, really expensive XR devices. But when you look at the low to mid range, some of the all-in-one headsets and what they can do when you compare them to sort of like some of the other devices that we use, I can start to see a space where actually, if we're able to prove the use case for them, for example, using VR headsets in schools, then the price is comparable to, in fact, cheaper than probably putting in laptops, so putting in PCs, for example. So I think part of the cost discussion is also sort of like a use case and appreciation discussion as well. Okay, so let's see what other questions we have. Um, we have a question from Fumi. What has been a key challenge to market penetration?
I think, in short, awareness. That's something I see it, a lot. We don't even have, the proper channels for us to sell the that experience, because as an Africa, everything depends on infrastructure. If we don't have the proper infrastructure, if we don't have access to internet, if we don't have, the knowledge or the understanding of this space, we will always tend to lose the chance, which also affects, the overall growth of this ecosystem, especially with not limited to XR, but all emerging technologies. So maybe that's why I say working with governments, empowering them, or sometimes, creating public-private partnership kind of projects will help us to avoid this type of challenges, and also maybe experience sharings from other countries, use cases, not only limited to the private sector, but also academically connecting a lot of research works with universities will also help us to eliminate this type of challenge. But most of us, we expect this type of new products from abroad, and that's also a problem. So how do we utilize, locally made projects, locally made ideas? And I can say 80% of most African projects are funded by a foreign entity. So that's not how it works. We, as as an investors, we should always support our own stories, our own projects, so that when we give value to this type of things, the return will be maybe having a good market share. So valuing our own projects and also having an awareness towards this emerging tech is helpful. That's what I what I can say about this.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. Really echo everything that you said there, and particularly that need to sort of like bring all stakeholders together to start, understanding how we can collaborate. And I think it just helps to what Mecca was saying when he was introducing, this openly and talking about sort of like the interdisciplinary nature that is critical to advancing these deep technologies. Okay, so we have another question. And this one asks, oh, and we have, by the way, just 2 more minutes left. So we are going to rush through this one. But when will we see the first African-made headsets? I'll comment on this, but Daniel, why don't you go ahead first?
Okay, I think the first headset. I know, Judith, what you may say, but let me just say a few things. In order to design something, it's not easy. That's what I say. The competition is tough. It's not about, having some kind of an African labeled headset, but the technologies we embed inside the headset, it's becoming expensive, and also it's not even easy. Let's say if our headset supports Bluetooth, Bluetooth is not invented by, any African institution. It's already owned by some other company. And there are some kind of chips inside. There are, technologies that we rely on, and everything is patented. That's why we lost the battle, I say, on the smartphone market or in any other electronic devices. We have to I think we have to understand how these technologies work. Yes, we can connect with any Chinese company that can produce a headset, and we can give it a name. I can say Guzo headset, and then we can sell it. And this is the first African product, but it's not, because we don't even know how that equipment or that specific headset works. So we have to understand, okay, we need to create on the on network engineering aspect, there are terms like creating different protocols, encryptions, and all of the software technologies, the standardizations should come first. So as an Africa, what we have to do is, what are the areas open for innovation, open for new research, open for, new projects? So once we contribute something new, once we have a published research, once we own our IP, now it's easy for us. So I don't want to say it's not, I mean, it's hard. We can't get, headset in Africa, but it's easy. We will get it soon. But in order for us to say we depend on our own technology, and this is our headset. We have to see, you know, out of the box and come up with a very unique project, and maybe a very unique customly designed hardware, not only from the outside, but also from the inside, from the software aspect, from the firmware aspect, and also from the hardware design aspect. So those are like the terms I want to highlight. And yeah, thank you, Judith.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Daniel. Our time is up. So I will share my comments in the chat, and we'll also answer the other questions in the chat. So don't feel like we didn't get to you. We will make sure we put some responses in there for everyone to see. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us. To the African Deep Tech community, thank you so much for having us and for putting XR on the agenda. Back to you for me.
Hi, Judith. Hi, Daniel. Thank you so much for this session. Really enjoyed it, and the questions are just rolling in. Please do well to answer them in the chat, as many as you can, and then we can also get the conversation going on social media and see how far we can take it. Or hopefully, we take it into where we get the first African-made headset. All right. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next session, I'm just going to introduce briefly the next speaker, but this session is themed AI and the chips for AI, because we already know, it's common knowledge that chips are the foundation for any AI innovation that we want to work on, because those chips are quite important, and these are not plantain chips, by the way. And then we have two speakers lined up to take this thing and expound on it. And the first person is Ola Fadiran, is the founder and CEO of Chip Mango. And the title of the session is Microchips, the Bedrock of AI. This session dives into the engine driving AI's explosive growth, microchips. From powering everyday gadgets to running industrial scale AI systems, we will uncover how these chips are designed, built, and fine tuned to handle AI's insatiable demand. Thank you, Ola Fadiran, for joining us today. Over to you.
Thank you, Fumi, and thank you, Emeka. I think the deep tech community is one of a kind. It's something that's needed for the ecosystem. When I set up to participate in this, I wasn't aware of the 15 minutes limitation. 15 minutes is not nearly enough to talk about hardware and AI and all of that. So I thought about, okay, what can I do in 15 minutes? So what you would see is an idea of we're going to play with the number 5. So I'll show a series of slides and just talk through it to give an idea of some of the key points around the hardware space. And then I think then we'll maybe do questions later. So I'll share my screen now. So we'll play with the number 5s. I have a number of slides to talk about fives. Okay. So let me share my screen. Okay, how does that look? For me, is it good? Everyone can see my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Screens.
Fantastic. Okay, so I'm Ola Fadiran, founder and CEO of Chip Mango. Chip Mango, we're a global semiconductor solutions partner. What that essentially means is that we pick problems in the semiconductor ecosystem, and then we partner with the semiconductor companies on how we can solve it. And behind all of that is the Africa ecosystem in mind. So the first 2 solutions we've picked are the workforce, the semiconductor workforce. How do we bring the continent of Africa to become a key player in the semiconductor workforce? And then the second problem that we're solving is the cost of microchip design. How do we reduce that cost? So, so I said I'll play with the number fives in 15 minutes here. So the first thing to talk about is microchips is the bedrock of AI. As we know, the AI we see the software, the interface, but beneath all of that is the hardware layer. So without the hardware, there can be AI. And in fact, I think one of the things that proliferated AI was the discovery of microchips that could handle the workloads and could handle the algorithms as massive parallelization and massive computation, massive matrix multiplication. And so the hardware originally developed by NVIDIA, focused on gaming, was then reappropriated to AI, and that's what kicked off the entire explosion. So there is no AI without hardware. Hardware is the bedrock. So just what are some 5 everyday gadgets, just to show this very simple point of our phones? I think most of us in this webinar have a phone, 1 or 2 phones. And there's extensive AI application in there. In our homes, we talk about the smart homes with the voice assistants, thermostats, all sorts, connected homes that goes to connected cities, and you could even talk about connected mega cities. These are all powered by AI, which runs on hardware. I like this session right before this talking about XR. The XR devices are also running on the hardware with fitness trackers, smart watches. Also, it's all running on AI applications. They're running on hardware. Cars, maybe not the truck in this picture, but cars is also a key key product that we use every day that has AI extensively in there. And of course, we do a lot of streaming, and AI is actually implemented in there, and hardware is the bedrock of that. So again, any AI application that you see beneath all of that are the microchips, and that's what's really running the computation behind the hardware. There are more gadgets, as you know, but we're playing with 5s today, so every slide would have 5 something on it. So the next one is 5 important facts about AI. I like to say we're in a period right now like no other. I think we're seeing a massive disruption across every single space. I don't think there's any application that wouldn't be touched by AI. We've seen explosive growth all around, and from an Africa standpoint, there is no better opportunity than right now for Africa to really come in and play a big part. And I think there is really a pathway for us to, for the continent to become a key part of this ecosystem and be part of that explosive growth. And really, that's from the foundations. And everyday AI, we see data hungry models, a lot of massive data. AI is scaling with data. I think more recently there's been talk about reaching maybe a tipping point when it comes to data improving the performance of the AI models. But the hardware is still being designed to be able to handle the massive amount of data that's needed. Now we're starting to see specialized hardware in AI. Some of the NVIDIA chips were more general purpose, and there is now a shift to more custom ASICs for AI application. We're seeing an emergence of that specifically with Broadcom. Broadcom is really the company that's, I think, is leading some of the custom ASICs. There are startups that are in this space. I think we have some of those startups in the panel today, potentially. There's massive global competition. So in AI, in the hardware space, we're seeing emergence of regions globally that are wanting to take a key part. We're seeing Vietnam, a lot of movement in Vietnam. We're seeing things in Malaysia. Of course, India is is making intense progress in this space also. A lot of that is impacted by the geopolitical tension between the United States and China that's presenting an opportunity for many regions. Chief Mango, we believe that Africa is also going to be one of those in terms of the microchip space. We see a future where the fundamental building blocks of microchips is a skill set that is proliferated across the continent. That's one of the big problems we're working to solve. Okay, 5 microchip design steps driving AI. So in this one, I'll take you a bit into the microchip design space, what is done very quickly. In order to have your chip, you start with the concept and the architecture. This is where you define the chip's purpose. Is it a GPU? Is it ASIC? ASIC, which is application-specific integrated circuits. That's where you have more tailoring, or is it the FPGA, which is as a field programmable gate array? That's more general purpose hardware that can be programmed to do a specific task. And from the architecture, you determine the system of architecture, then you go to RTL and verification. RTL stands for, that's the register transfer language. This is where you write the code. It's almost like software for hardware. I always call it, it's software for hardware. In Africa, we see a lot of software solutions. This is the software for hardware. So how you write the code that determines the way the microchip will behave. How you simulate the behavior of the microchip in the digital world. Companies like Cadence are leading in the space in terms of the tools that are used for RTL and verification. And from RTL verification, you have physical implementation. This is when you take your design and then you place each of the units of the design, you place it into the chip. And there are tools for that. You're laying out the circuitry, you're determining the power and the performance, you're making trade-offs on that, how fast your chip would run. Cadence also has a slew of tools that help with physical implementation. Then the next is the fabrication. So fabrication is more what we're familiar with. I think in Africa, when you talk about microchip design, most people think about fabrication. But as you can see here, there's a slew of work that's done. There's so much work that's done before the fabrication. In fact, many companies that we know as microchip companies are not even in fabrication. So TSMC is the key player in fabrication. We have other companies like Global Foundries that are there. The fabrication technology is one of the key tension points in the geopolitical space between the United States and China. So once you've fabricated your chip, the chip is then physical, and then you now need to test, and then you iterate on the testing, and that's the last step there. So that's it's called post-silicon testing. You validate your prototype, you optimize your performance, you can do refine based on your yields. Fix things, and then you hope to get better yield. And there are key companies that also work in this space. So 5 microchip design steps that are driving AI. So I thought it was good to talk about some of the emerging trends in AI chips. And I think here we're just talking about what are some of the key points that are driving the future of this space. We see a push towards chips more and more mimicking the human brain. I think part of that is, I think the brain is one of the most efficient chips right now. And you look at the amount of power that goes into the data centers, and I believe the brain is maybe even still stronger than the data centers potentially. And we definitely do not burn that much power in our brains. So the designs are trying to mimic the brains more and more. We're seeing more customization, like I said earlier. In the physical space, you're starting to see more stacking. 3D stacking and more protocols that really tied towards the 3D stacking. Now, power being a critical issue, we're looking at more efficient designs in the hardware space. How do you perform the same amount of computation with lower power? Some of that innovation comes at the system architecture level, but some can also come at the lower level where you're doing your design, you do like more clock gating and your architecture design in a way that you use different power domains and things like that. So we've seen a lot of innovation around in that space, and more and more focus on the quantum like effects, quantum computers. Regular computers use the binary quantum. They have more degree of freedom, so you could compute a lot more with a quantum chip than you could do with a computer. I think more recently, the projection for a usable quantum computer is in the next 10 years. And then the final slide here is, okay, we talked about a bunch of things. What are some ways to get involved in the hardware space? Hardware microchip design being the bedrock of AI. The software is built on the hardware layer. One of the things we're working on at Chip Mango is we'll be launching an e-learning platform that allows for learning in this space. So the plan is to proliferate this platform across Africa so we can get the youth and the people in Africa to learn this very rare skill from the ground up. We believe once we do this, then people know how to build the chips from scratch. We would see more and more applications. We'll see more and more applications. So of course, as you know, join communities like this one we're on, hackathons, AI forums, that's where the information is. Get your hands dirty by building prototypes, follow the leaders, use the kits, follow the news, collaborate internationally. The semiconductor ecosystem is international. It's a network across the entire planet. So make sure to reach out and communicate internationally. And yeah, that's all I add for today. And thank you, Fumi and Emeka, for the opportunity to speak at this event, and looking forward to the questions.
Thank you so much for such an insightful session. We started having questions in the Q&A, but we're going to take questions together alongside Tayo Adesanya's questions. So, and before I bring Tayo on board, please everyone remember to put your questions in the Q&A so they don't get lost in the chat. And yeah, so the speaker for this theme is Tayo Adesanya, and Tayo Adesanya is the founder and CEO of Lola Vision Systems, and he's going to be speaking on mission critical chiplets for autonomous machines, exploring the cutting edge of autonomous robots on the ground, in the skies, and beyond. These environments share common challenges when it comes to designing robust system on chip solutions for safe, secure, and end to end operations. We'll unpack the engineering principles that drive responsible innovation to build smarter and more sustainable robotics for a better future. Thank you very much, Taya, for joining us today. Over to you.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate the team for putting this together, as I think this is a pretty important subject as we enter the advancement age of AI. Ola did a fantastic job describing a lot of the microchip development process. What I'm going to do is probably share a little bit more about one particular application that I'm interested in, and this is built around mission critical systems that are used for whether day-to-day automotive applications or defense and aerospace applications as well. So you guys can see my slides. So just to share, Lola Vision Systems, we're a fabless semiconductor company. So we're not doing a lot of the fabrication as Lola had mentioned earlier. We're more so on the design side. When it comes to chips that are utilized in these type of various electronics, one thing is good to understand is the challenges that these engineers face as they're trying to build these systems from the root, which is the different chipsets, all the way through the full physical system. So number one, they currently burn too much power. Power consumption is a very, very key attribute that engineers must look after, because it obviously relates to the battery capability or capacity. And then there's the need for those chips to become faster and more accurate in terms of its performance. So if you're thinking about something that's computer vision related, and you're looking through cameras on your system, and you want to be able to tell what's in an image in a quick manner, you need AI computation within these chipsets to actually be able to pull those things off and do it well. And then for the engineers that are working on software, they need to be able to tweak certain things that they may care about deeply within the system. And there's a lot of chip companies and chipsets out there that may not give you this advantage or opportunity to do so. They may sometimes kind of give you a chip and they say, this is what you get. You use it however we design it for you. And that sometimes might be limiting for people that are designing around this. And then the idea around safety and security. This is a concept that we have to really make sure as a community that we at least are aware of, so that we can ask the right questions to make sure that these systems are being designed in a safe manner that is in your best interest as the user, right? Whether you're a passenger in the vehicle or you're a pilot controlling an airplane. And then fifth, when it comes to custom hardware, these things are very, very expensive, especially for things that we consider to be mission critical. It could take up to 3 years and hundreds of millions of dollars to do. But even, some of the smallest, easiest things that you think might be fairly easy to do could still be up to 20, 30 million dollars to develop. And so what we're trying to do at Lola Vision Systems is address this. To really go into AI compute, I wanted to bring an example that I think is kind of prevalent out there on the news. Folks understand NVIDIA to be one of the biggest market cap companies in the world. But how they got their start was with GPU technology, right? And this GPU technology was used for gaming applications initially and laptops to actually render the images in real time to be a lot more crisp, right? And then they realized that they could use this technology in the data center for AI training. And it wasn't originally meant for that, but it kind of came up as an opportunity. And since then, the company is skyrocketed from just a couple $100 million company to billions and billions of dollars per quarter, per month, or per quarter. And so one of the things that we want to do is share with you a different technology called a neural processing unit. And so this is something that's more tailored, because from inception, it was made in mind to handle neural networks, which is effectively how some of these AI models are deployed after they're trained in the data center. And so for these devices that are on the edge, that are, whether they're vehicles, drones, cars, spacecrafts, they have a finite amount of battery supply. And so if you really care about that power consumption, you want to make something that's more efficiently made specifically for that. And that's where this neural processing unit comes into play. So this is where Ola had mentioned a bit about how we want these chips to sometimes act or mimic the brain. And so you essentially get that with what they call an NPU. So apart from or different than a GPU, where these these processing elements in each of these arrays, they're all turned on in a GPU at the same time to try and do some calculations. But for a neural processing unit, it's scalable. So you only use the elements that you need in the moment of time when you're trying to run a specific algorithm or some type of AI computation. And what happens with that is you get less energy being consumed because you're not wasting the time needed for all of these elements to be turned on when you might not actually be needing to use them, which is very key. As far as key performance indicators, I want to educate the community about these, because I think when you want to start talking the language about hardware and AI computation, you want to probably know some of these terms. And for one, let's start with power consumption. The unit for that is watts. And then for the performance, we have tera operations per second, or some people use trillion operations per second. There's floating point operations per second, which is just a different unit of data type that is being considered when running these AI computation. And then, a derivative of that is inferences per second, or most people know frames per second, which are Cramer phone, and how quickly it can capture images in a small amount of time. So all of these kind of fall in line as something somewhat similar when we talk about performance. But what's most important that we need to be taking a look at is the TOPS per watt. So you're basically taking the performance, dividing it by the power consumption to get the performance efficiency. And some other folks may use dividing that by the square millimeter per squared, which is just the area of the actual chip, or you can do it by cost. Either way, these are things that are being much, much more scrutinized in our community, in the engineering community. When developing a chip, most of the time, to demonstrate that your chip can actually achieve certain metrics, you want to start with an MVP, minimum viable product. And in a chip sense, this is something that you want to simulate in terms of that NPU and their performance within what they call an FPGA prototype. FPGA is a field programmable gate array. And not to confuse everybody, there's an ASIC that you obviously are going to create at the end of this chip design process. But then there's other types of chips that allow you to do this kind of prototyping, and that's what this FPGA is there for. The premise of the demo should be to run a head-to-head comparison against what you expect your chipset performance to be, right? So let's just say we take an arbitrary number of 2 TOPS running some open source AI model out there. And then, so you want to measure it within this FPGA that's emulating how this AI performance will run in the real world prior to you even having the physical chip made yet. And then from that, you can also model the power consumption in simulation, and that will allow you to be able to give some better confidence in your ability to meet a certain performance efficiency number, and this is the process to do so. For us, one of our flagship chipsets is the Project Ogun. For some folks that may or may not know, Ogun's in Nigeria, Ogun State. Actually, my dad's family is from that area, so I just decided to use that, but for some people they might hear about it from deities, and it's the god of war and defense. And so my thought is, let's create this AI chipset that can be a staple for how we build AI chips, uh, whether it's on the continent or here. But regardless, we want to be able to make it a strong competitor in the field. And the thing that we want to be able to do is allow this chipset to be swappable. So that's where you get chiplets, and the hardware configuration changes can happen much faster when you're using chiplets, as opposed to when you're creating a new SoC every time you want to make a quick change. So these type of processors will run AI neural networks, like we mentioned before. There's different types of AI networks out there. I implore folks that are really interested in this space to learn the history of how convolutional neural networks are utilized. Now, more recently, folks are focused on transformer networks, and this is where you can get some of the chat GPT-like generative features. And so that's what we want to be able to do at the edge in an environment where we might not have access to the cloud or to a communication protocol that will, give us a signal from somewhere. We might need to do all of that computation right there on the chip and telling a car what to do in the moment that it sees something or recognizes something. So all of those object detection, object recognition, or even the object tracking, all of that is done right here within this type of chipset. And then the data types is something that, it's important, but, for all intents and purposes, we may not get into it. We don't have the time to get into it right here, right now. But, the future of what I see is, for Africa to be able to manufacture a lot of their own products, we still need to make sure we're enabling the technologies underneath these products so that we can kind of go up the supply chain. And so, as we're looking at self-driving cars or defense systems to protect what's very valuable within the soil of the continent, we have to be able to create new technologies, new products, and chipsets is the best way to build your own custom products to achieve that. And so, for me, myself, I've been in the chipset space for 13 plus years. I went to Purdue University for my undergraduate degree in electrical engineering. From there, I went, and sold chips for major companies like On Semiconductor and Microchip Technologies. I loved what I did. I was very involved with just understanding the customers' challenges and pain points and supplying them the chips that make sense for them and their build. And then I left that and I pivoted after I got my MBA from Arizona State to selling IP. So things like that neural processing unit or other processors that are used for running operating systems within your laptop or your cell phone, like these kinds of IPs, which are the core components within those chipsets, is something I became a specialist in. So I would sell these chipsets to companies like Samsung, Intel, Amazon when they wanted to do their own custom chipsets. And that allowed for me to really understand the ecosystem and the environment from the fabrication process to the actual decisions that were being made, from executives on what kinds of IP components that they would utilize within their devices. And for me, I decided to create this company, Lola Vision Systems, because I wanted to create a device that I could trust, that I know is going to have the proper safety and security built in, so much that, I would feel comfortable at someday being able to have Lola, my firstborn daughter, actually be in these vehicles. And so that's the motivation behind the company, and that's my tribute to my kids and my future. So thank you, everybody. Feel free to ask any questions. I try to return a little bit of time for the team. Thank you.
Hi, Taya. Thank you so much. That was such an impactful session, and the Q&A session or the Q&A chat is teeming with a lot of questions. We have 5 questions for you, so I'm just going to start so we can get into it. The first one says, what strategic partnerships or investments are needed to build microchip manufacturing capacity in Africa, considering the competitive landscape dominated by major players like AMD and NVIDIA, as well as the political tensions you mentioned? How can Africa position itself to compete or collaborate in this space? I think this question goes to Ola.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tayo, do you want to answer that? I know Tayo can answer it also, but anyways,
I think what Ola is doing is the first step. We have to educate the community on the process. I mean, if you don't know the process, how can you even participate in the supply chain? So I think Ola is really the key to the first step and driver to enabling those technologies. But when it comes to investments, yeah, it's a high CapEx investment, but we don't necessarily have to start with making our own fabs. First, we could start with designing our own chips, which is something that is not as costly as one might think. It just takes the knowledge, which is something that Ola is enabling. And man, from there we can go anywhere.
Yeah, I think Ty's absolutely right. We're used to software on the continent, and I always say one of the key differences between software and hardware is that when you release software, nothing against our software folks, I love my software people, but you almost don't expect it to work. You expect it to be a bug, and you release a patch, and that's fine, and no one complains. Well, with hardware, what Tayo is building, it has to work. Like, there are no excuses. It doesn't work, your company could be out of business. So it's very rigorous, and there is a lot of trust. It's a heavily trust-based system. So as you know, building trust is very difficult. Losing trust is easy. So that's why we need to build that framework, that ecosystem that is trusted. Then that's what we're working on.
Thank you very much for that response, or for those responses actually, from Tai and Ola. And the next question says, in terms of building in Africa, what do you think about the infrastructure challenges in Africa as potential obstacles? I don't know who wants to take that between you and Tayo, but I'll put it to Ola, because Ola is actively building in Lagos at the moment.
Yes, no, so I think, when we think about microchip design, and I think that's something we maybe need to spend some time on as we build this, is to explain what happens before manufacturing. I think when we think about microchip design, everyone thinks manufacturing, they think about the plants. In the ecosystem, the companies that are before manufacturing are creating the most value. They're making the most money for the investors by an astronomical amount. So I think we should talk more about the design than the manufacturing. The manufacturing happens as a result of the design. When you have a lot of demand, in that space, then people want to manufacture, just like any area. So we need to have the skills to design, to be able to build the products from scratch. Because if we cannot do that, we cannot compete. If we're going to take chips that are on the off the shelf chips, whatever system you build is not going to be optimized enough to compete globally. So you're dead in the water from day one. So you have to go custom and build solutions like what Tayo is definitely working on. So that's what I want to say. I'll let Tayo maybe comment to that also.
Yeah, whether you're in Lagos, Finland, anywhere in the world, you just have to start. And you don't start by just building the equipment that's going to make the chip. You start with the chip design. So all I just actually showed you a step-by-step, layout of how that works. So, you guys that are interested, learn Verilog. Go try and start, creating your own RTL. Because from a chip design perspective, we have to create the RTL. Then we have to create what was called the GDS2 file. And the GDS2 file is what we're sending to TSMC or Global Foundries to go figure it out. Because I'm not investing my capital to build a facility right now, because that's not a good use of my time. As Ola said, all of the value is created in the design of the chip. How I put those IP cores in some type of configuration that helps me achieve what I want within my electronic device is where all of the brain power is going to right now, at least as far as what I want to do to make it differentiated from what's available on the market today.
Sure. The next question says, from Collins Agu, from silicon to solutions, how do you plan to start the journey of transforming raw technological potential into tangible functional solutions?
I'll just start real quick. I'll just say the most important
How
thing
do you,
is to start with the problem. Figure out a problem that's fairly large, that you think you can leverage AI as a tool to help solve. And I mean, and from my perspective, that journey is something I'm still on. So I think that's kind of how I start my path planning. Go ahead, Ola.
No, I absolutely agree with you. I think that's that's really where you start. You conceptualize it. You of course are able to show the prototype, and then you gather support, and you carry the stakeholders along through that whole journey, and those stakeholders become investors, and then it just goes from there. So it's I definitely agree with what you said, Tyre. Not much to add.
Oh, and the MVP process. So what I showed in my deck was a particular way in which you can build that minimum viable product. But there's other ways. And if you want to show that you have the passion and the capability to solve a problem, then you're better off starting with something that's physically available to you, to show that, hey, with this problem, this is what I've built that kind of can solve some of it, but with X amount of money, we can build the actual hardware that'll do it 10x better or something like that, right? I think that's also a good journey to enable other folks that are interested in entering this space, no matter where you are. It's the same process that has to be done in Lagos that's going to have to be done anywhere else in the world.
all right. Next question says, I'm going to leave one question for Tayo to answer in the chat, but I'm going to add this next two questions together, and both of you can speak on it because we have 2 minutes left for this. How close are your designs to fabrication stage? This goes to Tayo. And to both of you, how are you thinking about developing the ecosystem? From what I know, one of the strengths for NVIDIA is the CUDA software ecosystem. So in 2 minutes or less, let's quickly answer.
Yeah, sure. So where am I at in the fabrication process? So I'm at the MVP stage. I'm building these test demonstrations. I'm sharing it with customers that know the problem intimately, right? And they are going to determine if my product meets their specifications for what they feel like they need. And from that demonstration, I show my capability, I show the strength of my team, and I show my ability to do and make something from nothing. I don't have millions of dollars, but I'll get it, because if the problem is strong enough that the customer cares enough, they will pay for it. Or an investor will see that, oh, these people are willing to pay for something if they have the product. So maybe I might consider putting some dollars up, because if I'm solving this problem, even though it may take me 5, 10, 15 million to develop, on the other side, there's 50, 100, 150 million waiting for me. So that's just how I consider it. I missed the second question, but Olaf, if you want to take it.
Yes, I'll take the second one. For the ecosystem, the way we're looking at solving it with Chipmango, we're taking a flywheel approach, and the different components of the flywheel. We have an e-learning platform that we're launching the MVP also this year, and the entire year we would be in MVP mode. And then we have the design centers, which we just opened a design center in Lagos. The purpose of the e-learning is for us to work directly with the leading companies to get the knowledge directly from that and create the certificates, trusted certificates. Then we can take that and proliferate it across the continent. And then we create trusted talent from the continent. Now, the design center, people from the ecosystem of the e-learning ecosystem, then are employed into the design center. And then they continue their learning on the job by doing the design work with the US clients. So almost like a software outsourcing center, but for hardware. And we believe that by doing that, we can grow the skill set. We can also grow the trust in the continent from the quality of the work. And then in a decade or so, Africa is seen almost like what India is today in terms of the trust and the quality that's coming out of the ecosystem. So that's our approach to solving this. And we're making significant progress so far.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ola and Taya, for these sessions. I'm sure everyone was as wowed as I, for lack of a better word. So right now, everyone, we're going into 10 minutes break, our first break for the day. Do well to enjoy the snippet we'll be sharing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was born in Lagos, Nigeria, one of the most exciting and psychotic cities in the world. And I went to a very, very good high school, St. John's College. That's what it was called. It no longer exists. But our proprietress was somebody who had visionary educator. And so she always brought all these visionary things into the school. And back then, this is 1995, 1994, 1993. She brought a computer. We had a computer in our little school library. So at least there was a computer there. The computer, it was there. And then she enforced, so if you do grow up in Nigeria, Nigerian high schools, they put you in a bucket from day one. And they put people in 3 buckets. The doctor people, these are the people who will do physics, chemistry, and biology.
Yep.
Those of us that can't do physics, chemistry, and biology, we are in the second bucket. They say it's business or something.
Social science, business, yep.
Then there's a third bucket. They call that arts.
Art.
And the art, you don't want to be the art bucket because that's their way of saying you're going nowhere.
Yep.
The business bucket is, well, they're not quite losers, but they're not winners. And the first bucket is, these are the people we're going to put the future on. So I was in the second bucket. I wasn't quite a loser, but I wasn't quite a winner. I was just alive, shy, just there. So we, the business people, by force, we had to do computer science. So I had computer science classes.
I'm guessing the computer science was like a substitute for typing and shorthand.
Exactly, because
right?
the classes don't make sense. Computer science, technical drawing, home economics. Some of these things don't even belong together. But here we are. By force, we will do it. So at least I took the computer science class, which I hated with a passion. But it was mandatory. You have to do it. You have to do it. At least some information entered my head, and I don't want to get F, so I will pay attention small. But I was like, this makes no sense to me. But I can regurgitate some things back to you and satisfy some criteria, maybe get a B. I remember we were talking about registers. I was like, what? A register? CPU? What is this? This did not make any sense to me. It was too theoretical and it was too low level. I was just like, whatever. Fast forward, I come to America for my cousin's wedding. I have finished high school at this point, and all the universities in Nigeria are on strike. And my uncles and aunts were like, what? To my dad, why don't you let this kid stay here and do school in America? If they went back to Nigeria, there's no university they're going to. They're all on strike. Hey, we can take care of them. Let them stay. From wedding, decided we are staying here. We're not going back to Nigeria. And I was like, whoa, that's a shock. Think about that. It's like, wait, what? I need to say hi to my friends. What? And they were like, yes. And
Wait,
also,
sorry.
you're not staying in New
Are you
York.
sure?
You're moving to Memphis.
Are you sure the wedding was the actual reason why they came here?
The wedding was the reason because my dad did not want us to stay in America.
I'll move you to the US without your consent.
No, they hated America. They hated this country with a passion. They were more Anglophile. They were like England, the land of civilized people. America is the wild place with uncouth people. I mean, I love New York. I was like, hey, New York is giving everything that a city needs to give. I want to stay in New York. They were like, no, you're not staying in New York. You're going to Memphis. Like, what is Memphis? Elvis? I was like, wait, am I going to Bonanza or Gunsmoke? I don't know. I was so ignorant. Anyway, I find myself in Memphis. I have no choice. They say, you're going to school. You're going to school. Within 3 weeks, they were like, you have to take the SAT and pass and get into school so you can change your, what is it, I-20 or something, and now become.
Yeah.
This went from 4 weeks to literally I was in the university. I had to take the exams. I had to pass. I had to do. This is insane and crazy. But I went to the university. The first university I went to was the HBCU, Lemoyne Owen College. They had a mandatory computer class, not computer science, just computer class. Everybody needs to know how to use a computer. This was like 1996. This school uses Microsoft Word, Microsoft this and that, right? Seeing and all this. We are not doing typewriter anymore. It's computer. So all of you must use computer. Okay, now this is the first time I'm really using the computer. In my high school, we had a computer, but only the boys used the computer, and we the girls were watching them over their shoulder.
Wow.
That was my experience with computers. But now I could sit in front of my own terminal and be typing. And of course, I discovered the internet. And I was like, wait, what? Internet? Endless information? I could just do all the research I want to do. And then one thing led to the other. I was like, hey, wait. There will be internet shopping. My brain was just like, e-commerce is going to exist. Because I was in Memphis, which was the hub of Federal Express. And I had worked with my dad for a year and a half before I even came to America. So I knew about, my father had a company and a factory and warehouse. And so I knew about logistics, I knew about container. I'm bringing container from overseas and, going to the wharf. I knew all about all that stuff. So I knew how goods came from a manufacturer and ended up on a shelf. And they've been in Memphis, the home of logistics, air logistics, air freight, FedEx. I was like, wait, do you have to have a physical store? All you need is the inventory warehouse now. Put something on the internet, see if they can do credit cards, click. Show me the things for the outfit to come to your house. I was like, this thing is amazing. I think there will be internet shopping. I can do endless research. I'm being a computer science major. That was it. It wasn't like some deeper thought.
Yeah.
And I was like, computer science, math or something. So I did the math. I was good at math. That wasn't a problem. But then algorithms, I was like, oh my God, thank God. This makes sense to me. I don't have to actually cram anything in my head. I just need to be able to read something and understand rules. I don't actually have to know the answer to anything. I don't need to know 12 times 6. I don't need to know the answer. but I need to know the rules. I press a button and to tell me. I was like, oh my God, this is my future. And I was happy. And then I transferred to the bigger university and became a computer scientist and even found out AI. And I've just been happy ever since. You know, when something is designed and your brain just works that way, you're just like, I was born in Lagos, Nigeria.
VR is great.
I welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. Can I get some thumbs up if you're online? Oh, thank you. That's a lot of thumbs. All right. So we're going to, yeah, I can see the thumbs. We're going to the next session. And then this session is themed AI, LLMs, and data, or better still, talent, right? And it's going to be hosted by two very intelligent, very seasoned speakers. First person is Alex Sado, co-founded Alliance for AI and Aurora AI. The second person is Ola Muse, the co oh no, this he didn't co-found. Just give me that's the Langtrace AI CEO. Yeah, CEO for Langtrace AI. And these people will be speaking. Um, they'll be touching on the theme AI, LLMs, and talent in Africa. The first speaker is Alex Sado, and he's going to be talking about building the next gen of Black AI leaders. And this session will explore the challenges Black and African communities and educational institutions face in adopting AI at scale. The participants will learn a cost-effective roadmap to kickstarting AI upskilling and empowering their communities for the future. Thank you very much, Alex, for joining us today. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Fumi. It's amazing to be here and speaking with everybody. It's been truly incredible already to hear and watch all the other presentations. It's really phenomenal, from the likes of Ola to Tayo. It's incredible stuff. From my end, as you've mentioned, let me just put up my screen here. All right, there we go. If you don't see this clearly, let me know in the chats and I'll know. But yeah, I'll be talking to you about building the next generation of Black AI leaders. And with this session, I'll be describing our journey of how we created a low-cost approach to training talent. And I'm really hoping people in the audience decide to take it and evolve it and try it themselves, right? That's what I'm trying to share our playbook so you can use it. And if you want to bring us in as a partner to work with you, definitely do that. Yes, so yeah, Alexander Sado is my name, as I said. I got my start in AI at NVIDIA. The other founders were talking a little bit about NVIDIA. At NVIDIA, there were around eight of us who were brought in to be sort of Jensen's AI disciples. Our task was to take AI to the world. My personal responsibility was cloud service providers in US and China, and other people had other responsibilities. It was a really incredible time because we got to work with Google, Microsoft, Alibaba, Baidu, and see their 5 to 10 year roadmaps of how they wanted to transform the world using these NVIDIA GPUs you see on the screen. This is a GPU server. And it was really incredible to see how they were, well, for them, they were looking to make hundreds of billions of dollars, but for people, there's impact they were looking to bring. For me, I would say the most exciting impact was even with the likes of NASA, Department of Energy, health institutions where they were looking to use AI to transform the way, say, cancer is diagnosed, or a new approach to energy generation. Even in NASA, I remember a particular story in NASA where we were able to simulate landing on Mars for the first time without the spaceship crashing. And the woman who was like the lead scientist, we showed it to her, and she just broke down on her knees with crying, because she never thought that it would be possible in her lifetime to actually reach that dream. But with this GPU box, it was possible to do her life's work. The big thing was I was also crying because in that room of around 50 people, there were only 2 of us who were Black. And every time we would bring up, working on use cases that were important to Africa or Black people anywhere in the world, it will always get shut down because the market is not big enough, or apparently there are not enough smart people in Africa, right? It's very interesting. I mean, you would want the world's largest workforce to be builders and effective users of AI. Many of you are familiar with the stats that by 2030, Africa workforce will be around 1 billion people, and that will be like around 25% of the world's workforce. Are they AI ready? They're not. They're not AI ready. In fact, there's another stat. Africa is the least educated continent on AI today, and Africa's unemployment today is also greater than 60% in many cities. We have to do something about this. We're not going to get saved. We're not going to get helped. We have to figure out ways to do it. And typically it's going to be low cost approaches because we simply don't have the kind of funds that other continents have to throw at this problem. So several of us decided to found something called, as a logo, Alliance for Africa's Intelligence. And we focus on 3 things. One of them is talent. So today I'll be talking to you about talent. The talent program is called Future Makers Program. We wanted to show, create kind of like a light at the end of the tunnel. So with that talent program, the first thing we tried back then was, real schools. But then we learned that real schools change slow. I actually started my career in University of Benin in Nigeria, and for electrical engineering. But when we did computer science course, it was Fortran. Can you imagine? Those of you who know Fortran, this was like decades ago that Fortran is being used, but we're not being taught Java. That's just what happens. They change slow. And when you dive into the problem, you start to find that it's actually really difficult to change curriculum of universities and high schools. Apparently it costs a lot of money. It costs a lot of money for the ministries of education. They need to find or train teachers. They need to build more classrooms. We're delivering so many people, but we can't build classrooms to match that. And then the curriculum, they typically don't have, this one has changed a little bit because you can just go get curriculum from MIT or anywhere else. But then there's challenges with teaching it and whatnot. So it's difficult to change real schools. So we decided to, go back to the whiteboard and raise some funds. Some people in this room actually contributed to that, so I have to be thankful to them, and Makafigo and a couple others. We went to the whiteboard and said, okay, what do schools really provide? Like, can we break it down? 4 of the big things are, 1, information. That's the curriculum. They have the information. The second is motivation. So the teacher or whoever is teaching you has to figure out a way to motivate you to want to learn. The third is accountability. That's the cane or whatever they use to keep you accountable. And then finally, if they're a great school program, it's not just theory, but there's application. So these are 4 things that are important in a real school. So we decided, all right, can we design a program that has these same 4 things, but is a lot cheaper to run? And our thesis was that we'll do this for like 5 years. And then if we can train more than 1,000 people, those people can go and try and work with the Ministry of Education to open up more formal programs. And I'm glad that this is 2025. We now have programs like Chip Lab from Ola and other programs that are showing up to train tens or thousands of people. So it's getting multiplied. So I'm happy. But for those who haven't gotten there, you are just getting started. This is a way to get started. So I'll share 6 principles that our program was built on. right? So it's the first principle is that the best way to learn is to teach, right? The best way to learn is to teach. You realize that when you need to teach people something, you spend so much time learning it because you have to recall that information. You have to remember it when you're speaking to people. That act of increasing your ability to recall increases your knowledge of that item. And so we started to figure out, okay, how can we give our people opportunities to teach AI even when they don't even know the AI? So it's very interesting. But the important thing is they're going to gain confidence, they'll be motivated, and their academic performance will improve. So where's the stage that you're going to teach from? That brings us to number 2. Number 2, we're talking about book club. The second principle is that book clubs transform learning outcomes. On this one, people like me, we don't like to read long books. If a book is more than 250 pages, I'm not touching it. But when you're in a book club, you find that you're able to read books that are 1,000 pages long. It's because they have things in place, like having you when you're learning with other people, they help keep you accountable, they inspire you to keep going, and they deepen the understanding that you get because you hear other people describe the same concept that you read. You guys get to discuss it together. It's like a discussion meeting. So we decided, okay, we should have discussion meetings, but not around 1,000-page long books, because I was one of the designers. I had to say that. I prepare videos. So instead we use videos. We went and found lots and lots of videos about AI and concepts we wanted to teach, and also some articles. And we use it to create a sort of curriculum so that every 2 weeks, these groups, they meet and they choose a new topic, they discuss it together. For those people who refuse to watch the video before the meeting, they spend 10 minutes watching some little bit together and then they discuss it. This is really cool because this is how the students who were part of the program started to engage AI concepts that they've never heard of before. In fact, some of them did not even hear of AI before. They talk about, and it isn't just about AI. We are like deep tech, so we teach them about quantum computing, cybersecurity, and then also leadership skills. We think leadership skills are very important. So they learn about how to run a Zoom call or how to collaborate in a team. These are very important skills that many of our people are missing. And so that's how we approach this, right, with this kind of book club format. So that is principle number 2. Number 3, global network unlocks possibilities. We figured that we'll create this, it's important to create these clubs in different locations and figure out ways to connect them. Right. So the first one was, was in Ghana. Then there was Tunisia, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, South Africa, US. I live in Oakland, California. So there's chapters in Oakland. And we dream of opening some in Brazil. So if there's someone in Brazil on the call, please reach out and let's share the framework with you so you can create that and then get all of them connected. So these students, they now work with one another. They create their. Some of the meetings happen in physical rooms, but we encourage them to have a Zoom meeting so people from other countries can join and hear how folks in another country are discussing the same concept as you. It's really powerful and it unlocks possibilities. And now they have new friends to visit when they go to new countries. So it's very cool. Number 4, I wrote there 6, right? So this is number 4. Mentors' belief is invaluable to success. To explain this one, I'm going to, let me see if let me optimize this screen share for video because I want you to hear what they're saying. So if I say, maybe you guys, okay. I think maybe you guys disabled the sharing that is optimized for, there we go. Okay, it's been enabled. Thank you very much. Fantastic. And so with that, I'm going to play this as like 20 seconds. Let me know in the chat if you can hear what they're saying.
Look for misbehavior and click when you see it. The study was kind of deceptive. None of the kids in the video actually misbehaved. The researchers were using eye tracking software. What they actually wanted to study was who the teachers were watching. Both Black and white teachers spent significantly more time watching the Black boy in the video.
All right, fantastic. Hopefully you heard that. Yeah. So what they were describing is that researchers at Yale, they had these four children sitting around the table, and then they asked the teachers, can you spot the child who is misbehaving? But the test was really that there was a detector thing that was looking at their own eyes to see which child are you watching. So all the teachers, including the Black teachers, were watching the Black boy. That's what happens. Like when I see studies like this, it makes me realize that the problem is much bigger than we even think, because even we ourselves, we grew up in this system. We have now been even affected by it, that even we have the same bias. And that bias is a very strong one. I'll show it to you in another. It affects the way the student behaves when the mentor does not believe in them. I'll show you this next study. It's about rats. Rats is the pet of the scientists. In this study, it was at UC Riverside in California. The research was they put rats in two cages. One cage they put a label dumb rats. In another cage they call it smart rats. Then they told the research assistants that they should do like a maze test where the rats would come out and they will run through the maze and see which one gets there fastest. The results showed that the rats that were in the cage that are labeled smart, they were two times faster than the dumb rats. That was crazy because the rats are the same, but it almost demonstrates the rats don't speak English, right? Unless they're in Ratatouille. They could feel the non-verbal cues from the research assistants. There's a way the research assistants treated the rats that were smart rats, and it gave them the encouragement they needed to be very fast. So knowing this is very important for you to, if you're in charge with being a manager of anybody, please believe in them and don't immediately be biased against them, because it will affect how they perform. It's very, very important. And so all the people that sign up to volunteer in our program, we test you and make sure that you believe in people. It's very, very important. It has an impact. Some ways to do it for yourself. The first one, which is written last year, is join a community of practice to build your own mental muscle and disrupt bias responses. Like most of us don't realize when we have bias. So join a community of practice that helps you see if you have and figure out ways to reduce it. And then celebrate milestones of progress as people are moving. You don't expect them, these discussion sessions, when the students come, they know nothing about the concept. So the first things they say in the first 5 minutes are typically wrong. We just laugh at them and have fun. But by the end of the 45 minutes, they now know so much about quantum computing. It's very crazy. By the way, we're not teaching in depth, this is how you build a quantum computing thing. We talk about the high level, what is it, what can you use it for, those kind of things. And then the students now becoming inspired to go deeper by themselves. I should just mention that. You need a more expensive program, a more funded program to go deeper, but at least we help them start their journey. So number 5, the only thing stronger than a mentor's belief in a student is the student's self-motivation, right? This is self-belief in themselves. And one thing that strongly gets people to believe in themselves is a story about who they are. So in this program, we found it important to not just teach about AI or workplace skills, but also teach about history, right? History of African innovation before transatlantic slave trade. So you can imagine Mansa Musa being the richest person of all time before Elon Musk, I guess. We teach them about him. We teach them about the Great Walls of Benin City, which is a city I grew up in. And so I was teaching them about, I don't know if any of you know if you know in the room, write on the chat, what country was the cesarean section? CS, right? When a woman is giving birth and you have to open her up and stuff. Where was that? Where was the first place that was practiced? It's actually in Africa. I think it's in Uganda. So we teach them about these kind of things. They come out of it very pumped and inspired and motivated to deliver. And once that happens, it leads us to the next step, which is don't hold them back. No matter how young they are, they're never too young to innovate. So we unleash them, like just work on projects, group amongst yourselves in Kenya, or from Kenya to Oakland, you guys work together on a project. And it's phenomenal. And eventually they decide to even cross-pollinate, right? So you find that we have had over 1,000 people go through the program. And then a couple of them, we've put them on the Hall of Fame, where you see Agnes Lungu. She was 14 when she joined in Ghana. Now she's in Indiana University. She's almost graduating as an engineer. I forget which specific thing, but it has AI to do with it. And she's already interned at Google and JP Morgan. It's incredible. Edosa and Perez, they've actually moved to Dubai from Kenya after the program. They graduated and they started working with Oracle. And so they live close to me in the Bay. It's incredible. And the last one I'll say here is Kondwani. He left the school in Rwanda, now moved to Zambia and started an agri-tech startup that is already revenue generating. It's cash positive from day one. We invested in them and we encourage them to build that way. And it's really, really cool. So these are, Hall of Fame. Yeah. And as they do this, to do bigger things, I will be rounding up very soon. To do bigger things, so it brings us back to the chips, right? Whether it's GPU or to train your AI models, or it's Lola Vision to run inference. Like they need this. Or in fact, I think Johnson is going to talk soon, who is building a home for these GPUs in Lagos. We need to invest more in these kind of things so that they will now have I guess my quote is that I say all the time is when you train, you can't train a Mozart and not give him a piano to play. So you need to give them the piano in the machine that they're going to play after you train them. It's not just training. You have to give them the thing to work with the machine. So this brings it to the end of my talk. I hope you can take these framework, and apply it yourself. If you have any questions about the framework, you can email me. And then obviously where this particular program is a nonprofit program. So if you're interested in giving or volunteering, you can scan that code. And I hope that we continue to, build the future that we want. This is how we started off, even with no funds, and it's now graduated to a place of funds. So thank you very much. And you hear more from me during the Q&A.
Hi, Alex. Thank you. Thank you so much for that insightful session. Without further ado, we're bringing up Olamuse, the CEO and co-founder of Langtrace and AI, and he's going to be talking about the AI, the new gold rush. What are you doing about it? Thank you very much, Ola, for coming on the virtual event today. Thank you. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. Super excited to be here. Hopefully you can hear me, by the way. Again, great conversation so far from Ola, from Alex, from Tyre. So I'm super excited to be able to share a little bit about me, my project, and I guess my passion as well. Let me see how I can share. I'm not used to Zoom, so I normally use Google Meet. So I think I'm doing it right here. Can you all see my screen, I guess? Can you all see my screen? Thumbs up, let me know, because I can't see your faces.
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect, thank you. Okay, so again, my name is Olamuse. I live in the Bay Area, so San Jose, California. Quick background on me, I've been in the industry 20 plus years. Started my career at Dell, where I worked in Dell manufacturing, but I was a software engineer and supported folks that build hardware to deploy OS on top of it. So I worked at Expedia, Microsoft, Adobe. I worked at Dropbox. The last company I worked for was Coinbase before I started my company. The TLDR, my technology background and stack that I work on is backend infrastructure, cloud engineering stuff. When I worked at Dell, I got into hardware engineering quite a bit. So I think the benefit for me is I understand hardware very well, I understand software, and that kind of gives me and my team an edge around what we build. My area of focus is around observability, security, and monitoring insights. What does that mean? Everything, every application, even hardware requires you to monitor to find out what's going on with them, right? And the things I've done working for large companies and for myself now is provide insights into the behavior and issues those things emit out. So that's kind of my skill set. I love doing it. I love insights. I love just tinkling with stuff, getting data, and using data to inform how you react and respond to things. So similar company in the industry today that are large is like Splunk, Datadog, AppDynamics, New Relic, right? Those are the popular companies that have become billion-dollar companies providing this type of service. Quick background on me, my journey to start up and running my own company. I worked at Coinbase. I was hired to lead the infrastructure team that handles all the blockchain. So Coinbase had over 50 blockchains. Those blockchain can never go down because people interact with it every day to buy, trade, sell. And Coinbase has to make sure those servers nodes are running fine, and there's also communicating to the public blockchain as well. But the challenge was every blockchain was different in the sense of different languages, different data that they emitted. And we had to coordinate all this 50 plus blockchain to be able to understand the data coming out of them when there's issue and how do you quickly react and solve it. From there, we had an idea like, hey, Coinbase built this for themselves. I helped build that. Binance had their own thing going on. Kraken had their own thing going on. But what was this something we can open source and build that anybody can use? If you're a single node provider and you run your own node, how do you get insights into your product? So built that company. So we built a prototype, raised some capital from investors, started our first company called Scale 3 Labs. Scale 3 means scaling Web3 because blockchain and crypto's Web3 frontier. And so we built a company called Scale 3, Scaling Web3, Scale 3 Labs. On that journey, we had customers that would come to us and say, hey, I want to be able to talk to a particular blockchain and understand what's going on with that blockchain versus me trying to go to Google, find out what's going on about that blockchain, go to the GitHub repo, find out what's going on about the blockchain. So from there, we said, okay, we can build you an AI-like thing that will give you that information. So we built, we trained up our code on a particular blockchain to where people can kind of communicate to it. But what that was going on, we were also getting feedback like, hey, the data this AI is giving me is not accurate. And from what I see online, so that's what we knew that hallucination was happening, data was not accurate. So we said, how do we get insights into those responses? And that's how LineTrace was born. LineTrace today is an open source, open telemetry LLM observability software. What does that mean? If you run any AI agent today, any AI applications today, and you need to know what's happening under the hood of that application, how the application is performing, what model the application is communicating with, what vector database the application is communicating with, how much every token call, API call is costing you to communicate with OpenAI or Grok or Anthropic. We provide all that insights for you. So again, still playing in that observability insight space. So whenever your LLM hallucinates, has a problem, you'll be able to see it very quickly, react to it, and you don't lose money and you don't lose customers while we build this software. So quick TLDR, this is kind of a little GUI of our platform. Go to linetrace.ai, sign up. Linetrace.ai, we built it in the sense of like you run 2 lines of code. We even show you how to run it, and you begin to get data right away. So project manager, a manager, someone non-technical can watch a video and start running insights into your agent very, very quickly. So I'm in California. The gold rush started here, which is why I think the topic, AI, the new gold rush, what are you doing about it? There's a lot of opportunities and people fear what they don't understand, and they try to just like, oh, AI, I ignore it, I'm not sure. But there's a lot of opportunities there if you focus on the right things. And I wanted to kind of touch on that. Quick history of the gold rush. We started in California, like I mentioned. I think there was a gentleman called James Marshall. He was hired to work for, I think, a guy called John Sutton. And while he was working, tilling the ground, he found these little particles. They became gold. Everybody found out about it. People were coming to California in droves to look for gold. But the key thing there I want to mention to you is, as everybody's trying to get gold, but it's supporting industry around that place. People providing food, providing transportation, providing tools to kind of mine the gold or source the gold, where they weren't making money, right? And thriving very well, right? So when it comes to this AI gold rush now, right? The team today have talked about the CPU, the GPUs, the chipset, all that is great. Those are the fundamentals, the infrastructure of AI, right? Without hardware, AI doesn't exist, as someone mentioned. But now that that is happening, people have built that for you, right? Now there's all these models as well. People spend money, build open source model, build private models, right? What can you do within that to get an opportunity for yourself, right? Someone has made a statement about there'll be 1% or 2% billion-dollar company, and that is true with AI if you know how to apply it correctly, right? So the key takeaway here is AI is a gold rush. Everybody's trying to do it. But what are you doing? What are you looking for? What is your wedge? Like I put in here, right? What is a gold vein? What is your wedge? What are you looking for to make you more strategic and be able to eat, build something, employ people, and do really great stuff? So again, as people are focusing on AI, people are talking about it, start looking for what do you want to do? What do you want to look for opportunities for where you can be impactful, solve a problem, and also make money from doing that as well. So that's how I want to encourage you today, as you listen to my talk, is looking for your wedge to be successful in this AI race, in this AI gold rush. So again, kind of talk about it here again. What is the gold rush? With AI, there's explosive research applications being built. There's different areas we can apply the AI to now. So the question for yourself is, how are you being proactive, right? What are you doing to like looking within my space? Even in Nigeria and Africa, there's so many things you can do using public open source models to solve a particular problem, right? So within your day-to-day activity, within people doing banking transaction, people talking online, people doing different tasks within your region, there's public models. You don't even know how to write code. There's software that you can give prompts to, AI prompts, to write your code for you to build what you're trying to get done, right? So quick plug here, even for our company, LimeTrace.ai, we're building a platform, a marketplace platform where you don't even need to do anything. You come on a platform, you give them the instructions that you want. We help you build your AI for you automatically, and you get to market it, kind of like the Apple Store. You market it, people buy it, people pay for it, you make money, and we make money as well. So this is the future, what we're thinking about, right? Where you can bring your ideas to life very, very quickly. If people don't engage after a month, we can shut it down for you. But again, beginning to think about the AI gold rush. What is the wedge? What is the opportunity? What is your gold vein that you're looking for? So again, like as I mentioned to you, there's a lot. What is the AI model? AI models that simulate human reasoning. I think people have touched on it today. If you want to know what those models are, ChatGPT is a popular one everybody knows about. Llama is the one that Meta built and open source. There's Grok. There's different open source model to where you don't have to pay a dime. Just apply to what the project you're working on. And again, AI in a sense is just models, your code communicating to the model to do action, right? So it's very simple. It's not magic, right? The magic is being done with the GPUs and the chipsets that people have used. People have now used those technology to label and train data to now put in a cohesive way for you to interact with it, right? And that's it. So it's not that crazy. It's not magic, right? So, but again, using the free stuff to build a business around and find your wedge is the opportunity you're looking for. So as I mentioned again, what are you building? What are the opportunities, right? There's so many things you can do in autonomous space, customer service, looking at data and looking at how you can use AI to solve a particular problem. If you're in the customer service space, if you're in the food space, If you're just in the mobile space doing mobile stuff in Nigeria, they have this touch points where you can go do money exchange. There's just so many opportunities within those things that you can, even personal assistant, you can be someone that's a remote personal assistant today and build different agents supporting your different clients, and you do less work, right? You become an enhanced human to where you can have agents supporting the customers that you support that are paying you, and you optimize yourself for more. There's just so many things that you can look at. And the question is, what are you doing to solve a problem in your domain? You have to look for the wedge. Again, your day-to-day activities. Think about what you do every day, who you interact with every day, and what are the opportunities you can leverage there and build AI on top of it. Okay, so again, open source models to kickstart your journey. This is some of it. I will share with Emeka a list of things from tools you can use, models you can leverage, and how you can build these things very easily, right? I'll share that with Emeka. Emeka can share with you all. But these are sample open source models that are out there that you can use today to start building with less work. Honestly, anybody can do it, to be honest, right? My 10-year-old son can do it. My 16-year-old son can do it. It's just very easy to do now. And you have to take the opportunity. Remember what I said? The gold rush now is AI, but what are the ancillary things that you have to look at to be able to take advantage of the opportunity ahead of you? I really want everyone listening to me to be motivated, right? To have that passion to go figure something out, right? No, don't just say, oh, AI, walk away. If you don't know, you're not exploring, right? So you have to find time to dig in and look for opportunities within your space. So that's what I really want to leave with you with today. Again, what are the sectors? Healthcare, finance, retail, education, other sectors, automotive. And when I put local and on-prem, what I mean by that is this. All AI doesn't have to exist in the cloud. You can get a local model. You can get your model, build it locally for your particular product, for your customer that needs it, and run locally. It doesn't have to be in the cloud. So, in Africa, you might have a connection issue with telephony and all that, but you can download the open source model, build your application on top of it, make it local, and do your updates as needed, right? So you don't need an internet, is what I'm trying to say, right? And you really need to think about those opportunities as well. Oh, I don't have power, I don't have internet. You can build things locally and run locally and make money with those products, right? So those are the opportunities that you have as well. Again, I just want to leave you with this quote here by Malcolm X, right? The future belongs to those who prepare for it. Don't just be a bystander in the gold rush of AI, right? If you don't know, there's no right or wrong questions. Even go to ChatGPT and ask, right? If you're not sure, that's the information age we're in now, right? So nobody should say, I don't know, I'm not sure. You can give prompts to AI to give you an answer, look for opportunities within the cracks, find your wedge, find your gold vein in AI, and go deliver, go explore, go become something greater than yourself, right? And employ people, find opportunities, partner with people. Alex's program is great. I think a friend of mine has a company called Semicolon in Nigeria doing some amazing things similar to what Alex is doing. Again, what Ola talked about is great. I'm glad that he's in Nigeria as well. What Tyre is doing is very passion project that makes sense. And and he started, right? And look at where he's at today. So I want to leave you all with this opportunity. Don't just say, oh, AI, and just walk away. Go dig in, go research, right? Be prepared for the opportunity ahead of you. So just want to leave you with this last diagram here. When Ola and Tyre were talking, we're talking at the fundamental level, the semiconductor level, the GPUs, the chipsets, and these are the providers there, right? But look at this stack, to look at every stack you have here. There's opportunity for you to build something, make money, change lives, contribute to this race, right? So look at this stack, look at where you think you play in there, right? And where you find opportunity to deliver and solve a problem. So I think that is it for me. So I might have gone through that pretty quickly, but I'll pause for any questions. Thanks.
Hi. Thank you so much, Ola, for that session. So now we just going to jump into the Q&A. We have questions. Um, and I'm going to read. The first one goes to Alex, and I'm just going to read it out. You shared the remarkable effort you're making to bridge the gap, which is truly inspiring. However, this is not a journey you can undertake alone. What specific actions should government prioritize to prepare these workforce for AI and ensure its global competitiveness? Chikere Eze, London.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I come from a place of act, like just get started, right? Get started, even though you don't have all the big things you need. You don't have the big government support. You don't have the big company support. Just get started, right? We must act now. Right? That's where I come from, and so that's why we started our program in 2019 with no money, right? The only money that was there was my own salary. Put my salary into it. This is important enough. Tayo shared a similar kind of, you just have to get started. And then when you get started, the other groups start to come. So I encourage everybody here today, don't wait, just get started. And after you start, things start to happen. So like you're saying, now we have partnerships with governments. We work with 5 different African governments. We've helped them with their AI strategy and their policy. And then we're starting to work with some universities. So the partnerships are started to come, but it was because we were able to prove ourselves that we could do some things on our own. So that's what it has led to. Going forward, the milestones for government is, yes, they are now at the place where they are now writing policy or writing strategy. They've still not gotten to a place where they are investing money. Money is required to drive this thing forward. It's a good thing we have the investors session in about an hour or so. So there's more to be done, and it's a journey while making progress.
All right. And the next question goes to Ola. It says, excellent presentation, especially regarding the gold rush. Given the black box nature of many AI models, how does Langtrace provide meaningful insight into their inner workings to improve transparency and trust?
A very good question. The good thing about open source model is they have to follow a standard, which is called the Open Telemetry Standard, right? So because it's open source, people contribute to it, one, and the way they build the model follows a standard. So we've built our software within that Open Telemetry Standard to where we get every single insights that, every single communication, every single insights for that particular model, we can surface at a very granular level. I mean, like I said, we started the portion of our AI company literally 7 months ago, and we've kind of one of the top 10 in this space now when it comes to tracing and insights for AI models, right? So again, because it's open source, they cannot be a closed model. Closed model companies, like they have to follow some open source and some closed source. They have to share, keep their secret sauce, I would say, but we still provide insights into that. But open source models, they have no choice. So we provide a deeper, richer data and insights because it's open source standards, right? They have to follow. So there's no hiding something there is what I'm trying to say.
All right. I am new to AI. If I want to build using models locally, what kind of hardware or combination of hardwares would you recommend for a start? So I guess we can get contributions from Ola and Alex.
Yeah, I would say you'll be surprised. With the model that exists today, you only need your laptop. So that's what people don't understand, right? So you can download to your laptop, just have a good basic laptop, download the model, build your code, communicate with the model, test it out. And if something is much bigger and you need more interaction, find a local data center, make it locally to your environment there. You can keep it within a region as well. But honestly, start with your laptop, right? My co-founder and I built a language text-to-speech thing yesterday based on a product that we saw, and we said we could build it. And we got a local model, put it on our laptop, write, I think, 160 lines of Python code, and we built something similar very, very quickly. So it is doable. You don't need any super magic, right? And like I said, I'll share with Emeka a couple of things you can leverage to do this if you're curious. But like Alex said, you just have to start. Alex has said it, Tyre said it, Ola said it. You have to start. If you don't start, if you just like, and again, I want to leave you with this quote that I heard again about making your day job fund your side gig until your side gig becomes your main gig, right? Think about that. We all need to feed our family work. Alex and I have worked for companies. We're able to feed our family that way. But during our journey, we've learned about, okay, how do I use some of that money to start building my own projects? And from there, it became a thing now, right? But you just have to start. So don't think I have a job, I have a family. Look for that time. That time you're watching Netflix, working on your project, right? And that will get you to where you need to get to. Alex.
Yeah, I'll just add a piece to it. You said start with the laptop. That's exactly right. Start with the laptop. When it's a small model, when it starts to get really big, there's something you can even do before finding a local data center. It's Google Colab. Google Colab gives you free access to some chips, some GPUs, upwards to an extent, right? So it's different levels. So your laptop first, Google Colab next. When you outgrow Google Colab, well, yeah, hopefully you have some money to pay for cloud credits or you get some free cloud credits. And then you might get to a place where you have the money to buy a more powerful laptop. Like, you know, the gaming laptops that they have green keyboards, they have NVIDIA or AMD on them. They cost like $2,000 to $5,000. Those are more powerful laptops. So they're just different levels of it. The challenge is depending on the country you are. Some of the Google Colab, for example, doesn't work in some countries in Africa, unfortunately, or the paid version doesn't work in some countries in Africa. And then if you want the whole local data center thing in your country, it might be difficult to import GPUs to that country. So they're different, it's challenging, but if you're just starting, you should be fine. Regular laptop, Google Colab, and then there's problems after that. You can reach out to some of us to help you out.
Thank you. Thank you. And then the last question for the session says, for somebody interested in fraud monitoring and detection, what robust AI model should one be looking at? And two, does it make sense to start looking at building an internal fraud monitoring tool or leverage out of the box solutions?
I would say leverage out of the box solution to move quickly to prove out your idea. Then if you have a particular opinion or particular space that you want to focus on fraud protection, because everybody thinks fraud and thinks financial automatically, right? But there can be fraud at the data center stack, right? At the telephony stack. So, but you have to just use open source model to prove out your idea, right? And then if you have a position, an opinion, then you go decide you want to go build your own, right? But don't just say, I want to build my, when you do those kind of things, it limits you right away, right? I'm all about building and iterating very, very fast. You build, understand the problem statement, get, like I said, MVP, a customer that will validate your idea before you go spend all this money and time building something that nobody's going to use, right? So you have to understand the market you're in.
Yeah, the quick thing I would say there is, do you know what I just did? I just went to Gemini and ChatGPT and asked the same question, so you can do it too. Yes, any question you have, nobody has answered to, just go and ask them. So I've been able to see that all the cloud service providers, they have fraud detectors you can pay for. And then there are obviously startups that have it as well. So there's a whole list here I'm not going to read out, but there are options.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex and Ola. Thank you so much for coming on the event today. Wow. I don't know. I am getting so fed on with so much information, and I can't wait to get my hands dirty. Anyways, we're going to the next section that will be hosted by Johnson Agopua, as the founder and CEO Cassie Cloud. And this session is basically talking about infrastructure in Africa. The title says Building Scalable Compute for AI in Africa. exploring the critical role of robust data infrastructure in advancing AI across the continent, drawing from his experience in establishing Nigeria's first hyperscale data center. Johnson will discuss strategies to overcome challenges such as limited connectivity and data accessibility, and share innovative solutions to harness Africa's unique opportunities in the AI landscape. Thank you very much, Johnson, for joining us today.
Thank you very, very much. Let me see if I have the ability to join my presentation. Can you see the slides? First of all, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can, and we can see your slides.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll keep it moving very quickly. I tend to take quite a bit of time in my presentations, but I'll keep this one flowing nicely. I think all the presenters that have come prior have actually established the fact that the future of Africa's digital economy is cloud and AI. So I will not spend a lot of time on it. I'll touch on the requirements. And then I will really focus on the infrastructure, the state of play in Africa. And then I will talk about how CASI is contributing to this rising tide of digital infrastructure and platform. So a quick thing about me, and I will move on. I've been around a while. I've touched the old internet backbones. For some of you that understand networking, the early backbone of the internet was built by UUNet, MCI, and a few others. I played a few roles on that one. Most recently, I left Facebook, where I worked with a number of you on the call, connecting the next billion to the internet. But along the way, part of my remit was Africa. And I felt that of all the continents I've touched, Africa needed this leapfrog more than any other continent. I think cloud and AI can literally change lives in Africa. So I decided to come home. In Lagos, I live now in Lagos. I left Menlo Park and left my dear friends in Silicon Valley to move back home. So it's a delight to talk to this community and be part of this community. So the future of Africa digital economy, as I said previously, is AI. I believe for us, driving innovation around healthcare, agriculture, finance, empowering local startups, as well as global startups to solve problems and innovate, and then scale is imperative. To do so, we must tap into AI, and you've heard from Ola and the rest of the presenters on how to, and actually why. I think cloud just allows you to scale. And I will touch on that in a few minutes. Critical drivers for us. We must have broadband penetration across Africa. Africa is moving forward with that, but it is not enough. So we have to lay more fiber. We have to go from 3G, believe it or not, we have a lot of it in Africa. We still have 2G, we still have Edge, all the way to 5G to enable broadband. And we must encourage investments in digital infrastructure and human capital development. And that "and" is underlined because we need to begin to move our young people who are digital natives or already into being cloud native consumers, developers, and actually using tools, AI tools to grow. In terms of critical requirements to enable what all the presenters have talked about in Africa. We must build large-scale data centers that can run AI workloads and be able to run clouds, private clouds, public clouds. Both are needed. And hyperscale cloud or public cloud is actually quite important. It uplifts the communities that it's deployed in. We are focused on hyperscale cloud, public cloud, AI data halls, and I will talk about it in a bit. We also must have reliable energy. And as some of you that are in Lagos, in Kenya, in Nairobi, in Johannesburg, and a few other cities across Africa know, sometimes light goes off. And data centers and these workloads and these tools that the previous presenters and the applications that depend on them, they need baseload. They need systems that are always running, and power is required for that. Additionally, a partnership with government, from policy to public and private sector collaboration, is imperative. I think making sure that the data sovereignty and cross-border collaboration continues to evolve, making sure that privacies and early onset and education of AI ethics is in place, or at least being discussed and people being familiarized with them. Really important at the onset for Africa. And then sector-specific solutions are beginning to emerge. And I'm really excited about the presenters that went ahead of me. Tools, access to GPUs, and that's where we come in and some of my colleagues come in. And then, of course, very strong cybersecurity framework is imperative. So Africa is indeed rising in these areas. I think with Equiano anchored by Google and To Africa anchored by Facebook or Meta landing around Africa, I think we now have the subsea capacity boost to really enable cloud and subsequently AI, be it inference, be it generative, in Africa itself. And the growth and the forecast projected is actually quite decent. So the next phase is, how do you then take the bits that land on the beach and move it all the way in? How do you take the local contents and the local applications and make sure it's accessible to all the compute engines to enable the applications that these entrepreneurs, these startup, these developers are building? How do you make them accessible? So that brings up what we do and what the likes of Equinix, the likes of Digital Realty, the likes of Rack Center, OADC, Vantage, and so on and so forth do in play. So as you can see, data center in Africa is growing. It's denominated by power. So to keep it fairly simple, data center is deployed in a location with tons of access to power because the computers eat power and eject heat. So you need power to further cool those computers, be them CPUs, GPUs, DPUs, networking switches, and so on and so forth. They all consume power. Just like you and I, eat food and drink water and inhale oxygen. That's what makes these devices go. And so it's denominated by power. And Africa is truly on the rise, and the curve looks exponential. And the market that I am in, Nigeria, is growing, and it's picking up very quickly. And we believe that the next cloud region should be this way. Let me move very quickly to what we do and use it to talk about the requirements for building these GPU centers, as well as the cloud centers. I would much rather show you pictures than give you words to digest. So within Africa, there are major players, Pan-African regional data center players driving transformation in Africa's data center market. Some of you might not know that the #1 data center co-location company in the world, Equinix, is in Nigeria and is in South Africa. They acquired May1 here, and they're in South Africa. And Vantage, one of the hyperscale data center providers, is in South Africa. So Africa is beginning to pick up momentum. Digital Realty bought Terraco in South Africa for $3.55 billion USD. That's the level of importance that they attached to this market, you know, Africa as a whole. And we are getting started, we are building, and we should be ready this year in 2005, mid-2005. So let me tell you what we're doing and how we are contributing to this infrastructure platform, digital infrastructure platform. We are building a high quality prime real estate. That's a given, but we are building it to a different requirement to be able to attract hyperscale cloud and to be able to attract global enterprises to enter this market, West Africa especially, and we have intent to scale not just in Lagos, but across Nigeria and eventually across West Africa and beyond. iChat, don't worry about it. Right off the bat, we have a staged approach in Nigeria. We're going to start in Lagos, get down to South, and deploy in Abuja. And we've been fortunate. This sector, there's significant capital flowing into this sector to solve this problem in Africa for African consumption. So a Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority has been a leader in investing into this space, especially in Nigeria. So for us, and my co-founder, of course, is Mark Adams. You can get his bio on our website. He's just an amazing innovator, a leader in our space. Was the chief strategy officer for Equinix before leaving Equinix to co-found CASI with me. Some of the fundamentals: reliable and scalable access to power. That's where we started. To build such an infrastructure, you think power first, you think power last. And for us, we're building a fairly heavy substation, 132 kV, and lots of power inside our campus. You also have to be located where significant fiber resides. So for us, it's about the fiber artery of Nigeria. So we are smack in the middle of it. And finally, you have to think about the scale that the market will need 10 to 20 years out. in order to pick your location and get started small. So for us, the scale was 100-megawatt campus. We believe in about 10 plus years, such campuses will be demanded in Nigeria, if not sooner. Data centers tend to cluster quite a bit. If you're familiar with Ashburn, if you're familiar with San Jose, if you're familiar with Johannesburg and the rest of the other places data centers have deployed, they tend to cluster quite a bit because they tend to have similar requirements. They need easy access to power and abundant power, reliable power. They need fiber. And for us to leapfrog, we really need to collocate next to the subsea cables. That's what we've done. And we've taken a large campus and we're building out. So the next generation data centers that are beginning to crop up are following suit. So I'm excited, especially along Lekki, VI, and in the mainland. So in terms of the critical portion of what will be consumed by cloud providers, by enterprises, by our solution partners, integrators, and private cloud providers, we've put together a fairly elaborate data hall. At the first go, we're delivering 6 megawatts conditioned and reliable power to the ground floor of our first building, focusing on solving power consumption scalability. And let me give you an example. For cloud computing, for cloud networking, overall cloud consumption, you tend to think in racks, right? And the requirement tend to scale from 5 kilowatt per rack all the way up to 20 kilowatt per rack. And when you have that requirement, and just for some of you that need a time to actually put this in context, an average home consumes about 5 to 10 kilowatts, right? And it's not base load. It peaks and it subsides, right? Some houses go much higher, but the average house is 5 to 10 kilowatts. So that's what goes into a single rack. That rack is 2 tiles, 600 by 1200 millimeters. That's how much power. And then it doesn't turn off because your iPhone doesn't turn off, your Android doesn't turn off. All these applications that we talk about persist. So that's just for the cloud. So you have to solve that problem. And you have to solve it to that level of scaling. And then we've also created a separate area that you can run GPU for AI workloads. And they have different requirements. So AI starts around 30 kilowatts per rack on the small GPUs, and it goes all the way to 130 kilowatts per rack. The same footprint I just mentioned. So think of how many houses that particular power in that rack will sustain. So it is a real problem, and it's a difficult problem to solve. And as we build infrastructure, we have to think deeply about how we design it, how we build it out, and how we incrementally fit it out for consumption. So that's what Cassie has really thought out very well, along with some of our partners. And but we're not waiting. We did not wait for this particular building, for this particular data center to come up. we already got started in our foundry, and I will touch on it towards the end. Now, that's the ground floor. Our first building, our first hyperscale data center, has 4 floors. The next 3 floors are for hyperscale consumption. And if you walk around, all you will see will be racks, 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 racks when it's fully fitted out. Consumes power, as I said, requires a lot of reliable connectivity to be able to sustain the workload, and then requires very robust cooling. Now, a lot of people talk about power, they don't talk about cooling. Imagine a rack ingesting 20 kilowatts, and then the cooling goes off. How long do you think before that system bursts into fire? So the most reliable setup that you can have in this data center is your cooling. And for us, we use chilled water to circulate both cool air and also extract hot air and move it up for treatment with our chillers in the roof. And we've prepared the grounds to be able to bring coolants all the way to the rack, all the way to the chip, even with the first set of AI pods that we're working on. So that's that in a nutshell. Now, how real is this? We broke ground, and Lagos State, again, collaboration with government is critical. Permits, licenses, zoning, all of that. So strong support, not just from the federal, but from the state. You have to take great care in the construction, both within the community that you operate in, as well as the people that do the work and the jobs that's created locally. Very, very important. We have the ability to drive 10x of our spend within the local community and beyond. So if it takes us $500 million to bring the entire campus to life, the expectation is that the greater community should see $5 billion, in terms of boost, and so on and so forth. And when we're fully operational, the same thing happens when the hyperscale players and the global enterprise players enter the market. You see a similar order of magnitude increment effect based on their presence. So last year, we finished the core and shell. We're in the midst of the fit out, and we should be ready to begin commissioning sometime in Q2. And this hyperscale will go live this year and start seating customers that have expressed interest. Now, we're actually doing something in preparation for that. Within our headquarters, we took portions of our headquarters and turned it into what we call the CASI Foundry. It started out as our lab, and then partners started asking to bring their equipment into it, to co-locate their solutions next to ours. And we said, why not? And then from there, the idea of actually turning it into a foundry and getting it in a condition that it can actually enable a startup, a developer anywhere, even in large companies, to go from ideation to production in our foundry. So we have hyperscale rack deployments, OCP gear, that is Open Compute Platform, pioneered by Facebook, Meta, in collaboration with the rest of the hyperscale ecosystem. We have one of those racks in our foundry. We also have a bunch of GPUs in our foundry attached to servers, We've brought it up, we've brought it down. We're now really looking for partners to come and exercise it. So I think there are GPUs in Lagos. Let's use it. Thank you so much. The rest, let's drive a Q&A.
Thank you, Johnson. So we have only.
Sorry, Fumi, just sorry to interrupt. I think before the Q&A, I wanted to just quickly show a rendering of the center, just so that folks can understand what it looks like. But please get your questions in the Q&A while that's shown.
Please go ahead. And the benefits, and I didn't dwell on it, is localizing cloud and localizing GPUs changes the game, which means that you can access it via local currency. You don't have much of a latency in terms of consumption. So you can actually have an amazing acceleration from ideation, prototype. I mean, Ola laid it out very well. You can start from your laptop, host it in a foundry, have customers better test it for you, really drive it. And once it's up there, you can just, continue to iterate. And then when the time comes for scaling, then you can move into a center like this that has significant scale. And you can literally run your business out of a data center like this. And that's really what enables that leapfrog for us. So it looks complex. It is indeed complex. And I tell people this is a small data center compared to global hyperscale colocation sites. And Lagos has the market. And when Lagos becomes the center of cloud region for West Africa, mostly I'll come back to you and tell you we built a little bit smaller than we should have. So this is where we were last year. And this year we are beginning to fit out, not just the inside, but the equipment are beginning to come in. It's interesting if you're in Lagos, and I will invite you to have further conversations, maybe stop in and take a tour. This is a tight pan. Those drums that you see are big cables, 500 square meter underground cables for power that will go from the TCN substation to our 132 kV substation that's being installed as we speak. So that's it in a nutshell.
Right. Fumi, you can take the questions now.
Mind's blown. My mind's blown, really blown. Okay, there's just one question for you, anyways, Johnson. And the question says, oh, there are more now. You've made impressive progress in establishing a hyperscale data center, a key step for advancing AI in Africa. However, building and maintaining such a hyperscale data center involves significant costs. How do you balance these expenses while ensuring affordability for AI innovators and organizations in Africa?
A very good question, by the way. The key to localizing, the benefits rather to localizing cloud is to make it affordable, democratize it, make it accessible to those that can use it. And for us, ahead of bringing this system up, we went ahead and created a foundry. And within that foundry, it should be accessible to most. And we've organized it such that those that need to start up can be able to easily access it, consume it, and be able to scale their business. So you have not quite an incubation area, but something that resembles it to nudge ahead, early stage companies. When we begin to scale, I think building to the right scale so that you can amortize the overall cost effectively is important. And that actually allows us to reduce our operating cost. That's one. And that's what I wake up every day thinking about. How do you really improve on the cost of energy? What are the components to allow you to improve it? How do you really automate your operations? And how do you bring people that can write code? And how do we, employ AI ourselves, not just in the development work that we do, but in our operations, because what we do is tedious. It's repetitive. These are workloads that, that are well suited for AI, seriously. And for those of you that have been in ops, you understand what I'm saying. When you do all of this and you do them at scale, the cost of operating then can be managed. That allows us to actually make it a bit more affordable for the greater community. The other is actually build programs in collaboration with the various government institutions to target specific sectors and say, listen, we are going to have sovereign cloud and AI, right? And this is how we're going to make it accessible. And this is how we intend to scale it. And this is how we're going to make data affordable to be able to drive it. I hope I answered your question.
Okay. So, Chikere, please, you can respond to Johnson's question in the chat. The next question says, is CASI focusing only on data center and colocation services, or might there be cloud services like IaaS, PaaS, etc.?
Yes, and yes. Our bread and butter is building colocation services at scale. But we're at the same time partnering with cloud providers, with AI infrastructure providers to make cloud accessible, to make GPUs accessible. So we have the virtual services area for CASI, and to also make sure that we create a marketplace where you can dial up any service that you need from any of our partners in order to build your business. I hope I answered that question. So we're not going to boil the ocean. We know what we do really well. We know what our partners do extremely well, and we go after those partners, and we bring them here, and we get them into our location, and we put together a business model so that cloud is accessible, so that GPUs will be accessible, model that early, all the way up to analytics engines and analytics databases being available for the various verticals. I see a question here asking about the human capital needs for us. I think we need everything. And I say it not tongue-in-cheek, right? So think about it. To maintain it, you need mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, you need super plumbers, right? You need facilities, people from security, from physical security all the way to cybersecurity, all at scale. We also need day in, day out, net DevOps people. So I use this term net DevOps to connote the fact that network operations have shifted. You know, it has merged with DevOps. So, and you link them effectively so you cross-train. This is probably an area in Africa that we pay the least attention to and we have the least skill set around. And we need it. And we need them in the continent, and we need them supporting the services that we have. So training up that human capital, building up that capacity is imperative. It is one of the critical key enablers for our space. And then think about it. You need the front office people. You need the human resource and the human capital, you know, cheerleaders for us that can think in this form, you know, and be able to grow these talent set, you know, from accountants to legal minds that can think contracts differently. So across the board, we need to begin to build human capacity. I hope I answered one of the questions on the chat.
Yes, I think you have done that, but I'm sure Ian can. Okay, yeah, it's already. it's answered in affirmative. So there are two questions left, and I'm just going to join them together so you respond to them at once. What policies have been implemented by the Lagos State government and the federal government to support data centers? Does the data center incorporate green energy solutions in its operations?
Indeed. Let me start with the state that is hosting our first deployment, Lagos State. From the office of the governor to the office of the commissioner for science and technology to physical planning and so on and so forth. They've been wonderful. Now, the Commissioner of Science and Technology has actually taken on the role to make sure that data centers come alive in Lagos State. So you have a secondary part to escalate things. You have a partner to discuss solutions, not just for Lagos State, not just for Nigeria, solutions that can extend West Africa wide. So having that audience when things are tough to go have really difficult conversations and then action is taken is number one. And if you are to like, if you want to pattern match it, it's beginning to resemble what Loudoun County did to be able to enable Ashburn to become the cloud capital of the world. Today, excess of 3 gigawatts in terms of cloud data centers in Ashburn, and it's forecasted to double very soon. And they've made it easy. They've created the easy button for data center and cloud operators to build and operate data centers, being mindful of the community, being well integrated into the community. So policies to make it easy. At the federal level, we've been in really great dialogue because it's not just building it. The state goes a long way in partnering in building licenses and permits, right? The federal government houses taxation, and taxation is just as important to induce cloud to be present. So, as well as various policies and partnerships. So the fact that the sovereign wealth of Nigeria is looking at data center as a critical investment area, not just in Kasi. We're glad we are the first, and we are glad we are partnering with them. That is amazing. That sends a signal to the global market, to the global enterprises and cloud operators that Nigeria is open for business. This government is ready to partner broadly to bring cloud, public cloud, to Nigeria. And in terms of energy, Nigeria has sustainable energy, and people often do not refer to it, right? We do have hydro, we have growing solar deployments, right? And we do have ways to offset expelling and burning flaring gas. And by offsetting it, you actually get carbon credits into our system. So all of these are important. And just shifting slightly from diesel to gas is a huge step up in a market like Nigeria that do not have geothermal, for example, that do not have growing wind turbines. So there's enough sustainable power. Now we need to will it to our sites, right? And if you see my colleagues, by the way, the building that you were looking at, when cladded, those shiny things are not there for show. Those are solar panels. They happen to be interesting solar panels. So if that can improve our energy efficiency, by 10%, that's a huge win. Just to take the body of the building, parts of the building, and clad it with solar and actually consume it directly into our data center. Look for other areas that have rooftops and surfaces that receive sunlight, use them to actually collect energy, and then use it to offset.
So much, Johnson.
Yeah, one more, Chikere was inquiring about the small nuclear reactors. All of us in the data center space are really, really keeping an eye on it. It's part of the energy mix of the future.
Okay. So Johnson, we're out of time for this session, unfortunately. And can you do us a favor? The questions, there's still loads of questions left in the chat. Please respond to them via the Q&A chat so that participants can have answers to their questions.
Will do.
All right. Thank you very much. And with that, we're moving to the next session. And this session is such that it is not so deep techy, but it's so African. I don't know if that makes English sense, but yeah, we're deviating from deep tech in a way, and we're talking about culture in Africa. And to lead the session is Zach Elfasi, who is the founder of Zaygood Labs. And the title of the session is Beyond Deep Tech, an exploration at the frontiers of reality, exploring how the stories we tell ourselves influence innovation, drive collective behavior, and define Africa's role in the global tech landscape. Discover how defining these narratives can unlock unprecedented opportunities, empowering Africa to lead the deep tech revolution and create a prosperous, sustainable future. Over to you, Zach.
Thank you. Thank you, Fumi. And thank you, everyone, for, well, it wasn't a conversation. It's a meta conversation about deep tech and a thread that I'm glad we managed to somewhat pull, because it's very, very, I wouldn't say hard, but it's not trivial to talk about deep tech in African context. Because for the longest time, I thought that I was contrarian, like talking about deep tech and frontier topics. And typically I wouldn't talk about them publicly. And one day, Emeka and I were chatting, and the Africa deep tech came up. And I was like, well, yeah, I mean, might as well just like grab a bunch of misfits that all think very outside the box and see what can happen. Little did I know that part of my identity of being contrarian would be dissolved, right? And so, like, for someone that's always been about, oh, I'm gonna prove you wrong, or I'm gonna like do the innovation the different way. I got to a point with Africa Deep Tech Foundation, or the community, and over the past 2 years, where I realized that I can no longer be contrarian, and I have to exit the contrarian mode, because I think it's time to build ideas slightly differently. And I think today's conversations were all centered around that. This is going to be slightly different. This is going to be, it doesn't have a name, but let's see where we can get it. So if you've spent any time on YouTube, and let's be honest, everyone does. For me, it's typically around food time. You're familiar with this. This is a metaphorical approach to showcasing complexity and showcasing depth. And so, like, typically these deep dive or iceberg deep dives go from super shallow to super deep topics. If you're interested or have time or bandwidth, there's like this 200 plus playlist you can check out, all about iceberg deep dives. Why am I talking about icebergs? Because when I looked at this playlist, there was no deep dive for deep tech or frontier tech in an African context. And that got me thinking, what are we missing here? What are we missing individually and collectively? Because even if, let's say, go to GPT and try to generate something like this, you might get stuck. Because there isn't that much information, there isn't that much coherence in how we tell the narrative. And this is somewhat like what I'm gonna be talking about here. So I was planning this talk and started a bit early, because for once I was like, all right, I'm gonna actually like prep this talk properly. And it took as much time as if I had started it this morning. But I kept thinking throughout the whole time, the iceberg metaphor doesn't resonate. Like, it just does not make sense. Oh, someone just told me that you can't see my slides. Oh, that's a bummer. Sorry. Let's fix that. By the way, this is funny, because I was taking care of the slides before, or the hidden tech part of this conference, and obviously, like, things have to fail when it's your turn. But let's fix that quick. This is in the spirit of fail fast. All right. Okay. Let's hope that it works now. Let's see.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, when you're presenting, you realize actually the difference between being a host or a moderator and a presenter, and the presenter experience on Zoom webinar is not amazing. So I hope there is an African startup trying to fix this. Okay, icebergs do not resonate. And so I'm super lazy. That's why I'm an engineer. And I don't try to venture super far or spend so much energy looking for ideas. I try to, bring ideas back home whenever possible, and try to find something that resonates with this metaphor, but in African context. So this is an experiment that I've done with Grok, XAI, or Elon Musk's AI, and asked it to analyze my X profile. It's like my X profile has a bunch of buzzwords: engineer, philosopher, yada yada, past history, and what I do currently. a bunch of buzzwords, and my Twitter feed is full of very, very random topics and very obscure things. And I still was like, well, okay, Grok is the first AI that actually has access to the real-time corpus of what a person is creating. So it might be interesting to actually see what Grok knows about me. And so Grok came back with this, which was super spot on, deep reflective philosophical musings, identity in digital age. And so you could basically like just scan this, and this is what I've been spending the past, I don't know, like 15, 20 years on, from different angles. But mostly an angle that is very, very unseen in technology conversations today. And that's kind of like a techno-philosophical angle that takes into account not just what we're doing today, where we're going, but also past history. I'm not talking about past history, World War II. I'm talking about past history, where we came from. And that's where it gets tricky, because we don't know. And it gets tricky, but also it gets fascinating because we don't know, which means that there is a lot of work still to be done to be able to know. And obviously, like when I figured that Grok knows this much about me, I blocked Elon Musk because, the guy just knows too much. And so who owns our narratives in this AI-mediated world? Like if you look at this presentation, a bunch of it is AI generated, right? The introduction, I don't know if the introduction was AI generated or not, but parts of it were AI generated. If not AI generated, it was corrected by AI. If not corrected by AI, it was suggested by AI, or like some attribute of this talk originated in some AI interaction, which is kind of to say, like it originated in computer interaction. I was in high school when, it's a very random story that I'm just thinking about it now. There was this biology teacher that asked us to, bring a report back, and I brought back a typed printed report, and she laughed at me in front of everybody. And I feel like the same pattern is happening now with AI, because if you use AI to generate text or generate images, yeah, you might have people that support it, but most people are like, this sounds like AI, or this is AI. I think this is just a blip in the system. This is how evolution happens. People first get used to technology from their own perspective and their own mental models, and then they extrapolate how they can find it useful. And then like 10 years later, you find it that it's permeating every single thing. Except with AI or generative AI, it's not 10 years later. I use Apple's Mac OS, and there's already very, very good embedded on-device AI integrate or large language model integration that does a bunch of things right. Anyhow, so Grok knows a bunch about me, and then I was like, you know what? Let's actually play with this and figure out an upside down what the upside down narrative looks like. Because if Grok tells my narrative, I want to figure out how to own back the narrative. And so Fumi responded, this is again, like how we bring the narrative back to the human aspect is by involving others. Because yeah, like this whole thing might be AI generated, but the parts that were influenced by humans are the important parts. And so that's basically the focus of this whole thing. And so I asked Grok to flip it upside down, and it said these things. Someone that lives in the moment, embraces materialism in a minimalistic way, and shuns for the deep and delightfully shallow. And the inverted version mentions living, these things, and it basically describes cool. Like a person that's cool, which is, sometimes I am, but most times I'm not, especially on the internet. And when I saw that, I remembered a conversation that I've had with a friend of mine, Ronnie Pontiac, where he was talking about where the concept of cool originated from. The American cool, that like basically now it's global culture, and it originated in this Yoruba concept, itutu. And so basically Grok was like, hey, how about you like basically become a bit more itutu? And so this talk, I mean, it has already started, but it already hasn't started. It's a meta-narrative in how the stories and the words and the things that we tell ourselves and the things that we hear from others, including AI, shape our words in ways that typically we do not realize until much later. And so there was, in December, there was this podcast that showed up out of nowhere. It's called the Telepathy Tapes. And so this was a single journalist kind of production that went super viral because it tapped into something very, very deep in human psychology, which is, telepathy, like reading minds. And so if you're interested in, breaking your brain, go give this podcast a listen because it might actually expose you to a different way of the workings of the world that you might not be familiar with. And this is basically what this talk is about. I'm hoping to, well, it's not going to be talking about telepathy, not yet, but I'm hoping to drive home some points that some people might find interesting, some people might find interesting to dive deeper on, and that would, that would help you see some things. So if not iceberg, then what? Well, look around us. Well, not us here in California. We don't have sand dunes, but we do have sand dunes all over Africa, north, south, west, east. And so desert dune is basically an iceberg made of sand. It has layers, it has depth, and it has a lot of mystery. But unlike an iceberg, it's built by a lot of wind and a lot of time, generational time. And it's shaped by the very forces that threaten to destroy it. And so this metaphor kind of like resonated even more than icebergs and got me super excited to actually work on this talk. And so I designed this African deep tech dune. I call it the DTD. For developers in the audience, there's a joke there. And it has 5 layers. I'm going to go over them, well, somewhat briefly. Each one represents different depth of African innovation and wisdom. And yes, I'm fully aware by creating another framework, this creates another narrative and kind of like participating in the thing that I'm trying to deconstruct, but at least like I'm giving you a spoiler, well, not a spoiler alert, but giving you a heads up. This is meant to influence. And so sometimes you need to use the available tools to rebuild the pyramids. So let's see how to do that. At the very surface layer, you have things like Afrofuturism. You have the tourist-centric culture that we're very, very familiar with. It's beautiful, don't get me wrong, but it barely scratches the surface of what Africa is. And so, even flashy fintech apps and all of that, it's very interesting. But the surface layer also has a lot of depth than most people realize. Like, for example, design languages are super important. I explicitly, for Africa Deep Tech, you probably like see a lot of gradients and a lot of vibrant colors because that's what African landscape looks like. Yes, it doesn't exist anywhere else on the web, but they're lost. And so basically starting from the ground up is also like looking at even like the surface and figuring out how to polish it using things that are familiar, things that are environmental. I think it was Alex earlier that mentioned the brain is lazy. Like 100%, the brain is lazy, but also efficient. And part of that efficiency is finding ideas and that are close to us. And so every African startup, or every time an African startup chooses to build for local needs first, that's an act of narrative reclamation, at least at the surface level. Going back to the next layer, which is shifting sands. So this is the tricky part. When you look at the sand dune, the tricky part is the second layer, because this is where mainstream narratives try to define us. The one Africa is rising, the next frontier, tech saves Africa. We're all aware of that. But it's also where we start pushing back, if we can, if we want. And so when Africa Deep Tech initially started, it was more like how can we? It wasn't about creating possibility, but it was about allowing space for that possibility to emerge. And so it's a form of decolonizing the space of ideas. If there are ideas that feel out of reach, then we would have to ask ourselves, why do they feel out of reach? And as someone mentioned earlier, in the AI age and generative AI age and ChatGPT age, there is absolutely no reason for anybody to say like, I don't know, or I can't search. And so I'm not saying like that replaces actual research, but that makes research accessible. One of the videos during the, I think, first break was Omojo Miller, who was talking about, accessing computer first time was an act of accessing information in a freely and available way. And that kind of resonates, because this is what AI and large language models are offering us, but at 100x speed and much more, more available, cheaper. Yeah, there are risk and compromise and whatnot, but that's a whole conversation for another time. All right, let's like one example of such things is geopolitical distortions, which is specifically the Mercator projection that shows Africa in a lens that is not real. It's not a conspiracy. It was done because at that time there were well, it was the easiest way to connect ports and do maritime navigation back in the olden days. And somehow we're still stuck in that narrative. And so, like, if you see the right side and left side, the left side image is fairly recent, and it shows you the actual true sense of how big the world is relative to each other, and how actual small countries, have a lot of influence because the narrative that they've seen. It's not about narrative that they've told themselves. Narrative actually that people have been born with is like, oh, look at us, we're the center of the world, we're like huge country, big country, and that defines people. It defines how people think, and so we're getting slightly deeper, and you start to see a pattern here. The deeper we go, the more fundamental things become. And so the next layer is about building identity. This is the structural foundation. This is the the data centers of us. You can see here, well, I mentioned Itutu at the very beginning. You can see Ubuntu, for example. Ubuntu, I am because we are. And this is, well, I spoiled it for me. This is the Ubuntu logo. And it's not super far, but Ubuntu actually has African origins, not because of the name, but the founder. The founder is originally South African. And so you can see actually how this concept influenced the entirety of the world, because the evolution of technology is also the evolution of Unix systems, and the evolution of Unix systems got accelerated massively by the Ubuntu community over the past 20 years or so. Actually, yeah, 21 years this year. And so this is something that is fundamentally changing the world with African origins, but I haven't actually heard the stories being told. And so again, like if we look back here, you'll find oratory culture. And this is something that I grew up in, well, I was born and raised in Morocco. And oratory culture is part of culture, reading and writing is not that, or at least at that time wasn't that super common. It was more like about storytelling. And later on, I realized actually that's a common thing across the continent. And I was like, okay, well, obviously the internet today, this was 2013, the internet today does not serve us because most of African languages are not written languages. Like even Moroccan Darija is not written. Like you can write it, but it's a whole headache. And so I'm like, okay, well, there is a need. And that need became this product, Talk and Comment. Well, somewhat defunct, whole different story. I gave a talk about it actually at one of the private sessions at Africa Deep Tech. And the product started from this idea of something is missing that culturally was interesting for us. And no one seems to be solving it. So I'm like, okay, well, let's figure out how to solve it quick. And basically built a layer on top of any web page that can, well, you can add a voice layer on top of any web page. The product went through a bunch of transformation, got stalled, and it was an experiment from day one in this, being contrarian. Like, how can you push the boundary by doing something different, but also something that's much closer to where most people look. Diving a bit deeper, I'm almost done. This is the wisdom layer. This is, when the telepathy tapes hit the numbers one on Spotify and all podcast lists in December, January, everyone was shocked by the idea that consciousness might work differently than we thought. And, like African cultures, we've been exploring local consciousness for millennia, maybe more. And so like our traditional healers understood the body as an information processing system long before we had computers. And so what if, stay with me here, our ancestors actually had a better understanding of what consciousness is than we do today. And their understanding was that it is not primitive, but preliminary to everything else. See, like we're getting super deep here. But this is the root base. At the root base, there is a fabric of reality. Like this is our firmware. This is how we render everything that we see, everything that we interact with, everything that makes us who we are. And so down here at the base, we found concept that might just reshape computing if taken seriously, such as African time is not linear. It's relational, it's event-based, it's cyclical, like all these things that we have been told generationally, either through proverbs, either through family stories, either through religion. All those stories are basically what this firmware is. And our narrative of that is somewhat different. Because like if I tell you here at the very base that time is not linear, it's relational, event-based, and cyclical, at the very top, you have one global perception, which is African time. And it's not a global perception. It's a perception. It's a global perception that became an owned perception. Basically, we were like, yeah, it's going to be like half an hour late because African time. And so like borrowing this narrative that is, it's not true or false. It's just a narrative. Just means that we haven't yet understood exactly how we process time. And so imagine temporal computing built on that model. And so our traditional societies operated as distributed networks long before blockchain made it cool. And if we dig deeper into these concepts, again, I promise I'm not going to dive into each one of them because this is going to be like each one is a half an hour conversation. You'll find some very interesting, fascinating, beyond deep tech technologies. And so like that's what I call frontier technology because it's still at the frontier. Nobody has dared to explore it, or at least like nobody has dared to publicly explore it. So maybe it's time to start doing some of that. And so this is where the metaphor comes together. For icebergs, I knew that octopus, they can live in super deep sea, like even like the deepest holes in the ocean, and can come up to the top to do things. And I realized that actually we have the same thing, desert beetle. And so the desert beetle spends a lot of time hiding, preserved by dunes, by pyramids, and climbs up to the top to fog harvest, right? And so this fog harvesting idea is it's almost like existential to how I see deep tech in Africa. It is something like you climb dune each morning, you extract life from seemingly empty air, and everybody's like, what the hell is this beetle doing? And you keep doing it on and on and on and on until one day you realize, oh, only beetles are here. Because they've figured out a way to work better as a society because they have very different environment and they came up with different solutions, but to the same innovation, which is how can you climb from the deepest depth to the top and then come back again without losing sight of who you are. And so this is not about being better or worse, dune versus iceberg. It's really about how we authentically adapt to our environments and how we channel that into products, societies, things that we build to shape the world. And so remember how we started. Grok analyzed my profile, that service narrative. We've gone super deep. I don't have Zoom in front of me. Don't know if there are any questions or not because I wanted to be respectful of everyone's time and especially our financiers coming up next. And so through the shifting sand of this AI-mediated identity thing, we can notice that when we change the base layer, our fundamental stories and metaphors, everything above it transforms. And so this talk, like all good journeys, is really just beginning in exploring this non-iceberg, this dune here. I'm looking forward to see how we collectively climb up. And I think the future of technology is not really binary. It's really as varied as the landscapes where we come from. So this was it until I closed my laptop, last night, and I kept thinking about this very somewhat weird esoteric video that I made sometime in August, and so like it kept nagging at me. And so I posted. It was just a live session. I was like, all right, I have this idea. It's like crazy idea, which is like I want to map civilizations throughout history, a time axis on X and a prosperity axis Y. prosperity, innovation, cultural impact across time. And Africa was almost nowhere to be seen. Alex earlier mentioned Mansa Musa and a few, I called them, what did I call them here? Lost civilizations of Africa. And I believe that there are way more, because if I'll share with you this project, GitHub, whatever it's going to end up with later. But it's this idea that if something is not represented, it doesn't necessarily mean it has never been there. It might have just been hiding or getting preserved. Thank you.
Isaac, thank you. Thank you so much for the exposition on Africa and how we deal with our culture. Or better still, like how our culture influence our technology or deep tech on the continent. Thank you so much. And to everyone, we have come to the next break that is supposed to run for 5 minutes before we go to the last final session for the day. And see you in 5 minutes.
We have to really think about what it means to be responsible engineers, because there's a lot of waste when it comes to AI computation. If you think about what it takes to do a Google search versus what it takes to do an OpenAI ChatGPT prompt, it's about 30 times the energy being used. Now, why is that though? Let's think about what has to happen when you do that prompt. You send a prompt, goes through the cloud, goes to OpenAI data centers, does the computation, retrieves the information, back through the internet, comes to your device, boom, you get your answer. However, if you have a chip that's local within the device, you don't even have to go through that process. One. Number two, a higher, greater performance efficiency is developed. Responsible consumption is one of the sustainability development goals as well. So if we want to encourage the world to look more responsibly at how we leverage technology, we have to have the engineers even aware and understand what the options are to choose from to begin with. We need more of these type of devices to make it even more sustainable, because edge computing eliminates the need to have to fetch information from a data center that is already egregious in how it's using the water and the power consumption locally. They don't care about what is being plugged into the wall as much as a company would care about the power that's being drawn from a battery that only can last a certain number of miles. That's why edge computing is the future of how we enable intelligent systems to work with everyday devices that are around us. Edge is closer to the human than the data center will ever be. We have to really think about.
VR is great and all of that, everything you said. But in the context of Africa, especially the Africa of today, Nigeria, Kenya, Congo, Morocco, Tunisia, wherever, right? Like what does VR have to offer? Like what does interest in VR? Why invest so much in it? Like what does it have to offer? Yes, the pictures are cool. Being able to put on travel without a visa and have that 5 minutes of excitement when you wear the headset. But in reality, like why VR? Why Africa? Why not?
Yeah, I would go a step further and add to the question.
Yeah.
So speaking of like back then, like you were just listening to you, took me back, way back. So I had another life where VR and games, actually I used to work in games, and so that was my world. So this era of 2015 you're talking about, like it's taking me back there because I was in the Bay and the whole hype cycle got me caught up in the whole thing. So why, and listening to you, it just also reminds me of what like passion can, like, yes, we talk about deep tech, but deep tech is actually built by people that almost like ahead of the curve in your dimension and have that tenacity, vision, and perseverance to like stick through a particular technology and stuff. So, but for me, I got caught up in the wave. I saw the wave at some point and I jumped off the wave because I'm like, okay, this AR, VR thing, I couldn't view its application beyond like what you mentioned, entertainment. So, and that's also given the context of Africa. It's like, okay, why VR and why AR, VR from an African lens? Why is that an impactful technology?
And why did you choose to make that your life work? Like, I mean, you talked about your profile, you could be doing anything, right? So why?
Thank you. These are actually perfect questions given who we are and what the conversation is about. So
All right, just a heads up that we'll be starting soon. We'll give folks another 1 or 2 minutes to get back. All right. So just maybe if you can give me an indication that you're back, maybe a thumbs up. Awesome. Great. Yeah, so we are basically coming to the end or like the climax of the event. And just before we have the last session, I wanted to come on to say, just to share our deep thanks and just to say that our hearts are very full. We're really, really, really stoked that you are able to join us and, dedicate a huge chunk of your time on this Saturday to hang out with us, right? Again, the Africa Deep Tech community, what we are is about, what we're about is all about advancing, deep tech in the region and raising that consciousness. We're all about inspiration and education around deep tech on the continent. As you've heard today, there's so many people working on stuff that's interesting. And we want to tell people who are having these crazy ideas that you're not alone. There's a community that's there of similarly crazy people, who are working on these things, who are thinking about them. And even if you're not working on something specifically and you're just looking to share thoughts and ideas of things that you think should be happening or that are crazy or that could be different around technology or how we're going to push the boundaries, the Africa Deep Tech community just offers that safe space for you to do that. And so if you're interested in, this kind of conversations, if you're interested in advancing some of these crazy ideas in emerging tech, whether it's IoT, I know right now it's all about AI, right? Before AI, a few months back, or a year ago, it was NFTs and Web3. Who knows what's going to be tomorrow? But there's so much more to deep tech. Like I said, there is IoT, which we didn't feature so much here. There's hardware engineering, there's manufacturing, there is the arts, there's the creatives, there's the designers, whatever aspect of emerging technology that you feel. There's even the cultural aspect, like we had with Zach. So any aspect of emerging technology that you feel you want to contribute in with regards to the Africa conversation, please fill out the form. We're going to also share the links in the chat. But there's a form if you're interested in helping ADTC. If you're working on something that's interesting and you want to share it with the world, we do have a directory on the Africa Deep Tech Foundation website where we try to showcase deep tech projects. And it's not just projects, it could be community initiatives and things like that that people are doing around deep tech. We're doing our best to showcase those. So you could feel free to submit those on the website. So there's a place where you can click to propose one. Exactly. Yeah, Obi, we hear you loud and clear. Health and biotech. Again, it's all about emerging technology. Remember, we said deep tech is technology that was not possible yesterday. It's barely possible today, and will be so pervasive tomorrow that we won't know how we survived without it, right? So anything you feel that's in that category, please share with us. We'd love to hear from you. So if you could go to the next slide, please. And again, we really, really, really want to thank you. I remember when we started this community, right? The question was, who is going to show up? Like, who cares enough about this stuff to show up every month, 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning, 4 p.m. in the evening every month to have conversations about it. And I didn't think we'll be able to find even up to 5 or 10 people. But how wrong I was. And so if you are interested in following us, please follow us on social media. Those are the links, there's the QR code, and we look forward to engaging with you in future. And so with that, I might as well just introduce the last session, which is our investor and partnerships panel that would be moderated by Zach. So I'll hand it off to you, Zach.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for Ian to get started, trying to give him access. Just want to make sure that I know he's here. Here he is.
I'm on now.
All right, awesome.
Sorry.
You're good, you're on time. Thank you so much. I mentioned it during my call, half jokingly, but I'm dead serious. I want to be super respectful of everyone's time, especially the financiers, because I know that, like, you're the stars of the show, but also like everybody wants a piece of you, and so I want to make sure that that we do that, but it's in a moderate way. To kick this off, we have Bola, Ian, Nisrin, three very different profile, varied. Bola has a lot of extensive investment in global space. Ian, superstar Africa investor. Nisrin sits at this cross between, well, I'll let her talk about that, because it's actually very interesting. And it goes back to a lot of these conversations that we have today about how do deep tech companies thrive in Africa. And so initially the panel was like, okay, we want to talk money at some point during this conference, and that was the plan. And then Nisrin and I had a very quick chat, and she mentioned something partnerships. And I was like, oh, I actually no, we need to have money and partnerships, because partnerships on the one hand helps hedge the investor risk, right? And so, like, investors do not put money where it's risky if you have strong partners, because, like, that your money is going to go to work much safer. But at the same time, for companies that either are not at the stage of raising funding, or don't want to, or can't, or partnerships is also a way to go to market and to attract people. And so, having been in a partnerships role before in a previous life, I thought that it would be interesting actually to have like a finance, but also a finance from how can we partner better to both fund and accelerate things. So I'll kick this off with Nisrin, because you created trouble by mentioning partnerships, and I'll make sure to give you space to help us understand how you see partnerships when it comes to deep tech, and in the context of your current role today at UM6B, which is well, I'll let you.
Thank you so much, Zach. And let me start by saying how thrilled I am to be part of this conversation, and hopefully the community. and how thrilled I was to listen to your opening speech on all the psychological aspects that are much needed to address when we are supposed to be working together as the big continent that we are. I'll start by introducing myself swiftly. So I am Partnerships and Business Development Manager for the Entrepreneurship and Venturing Department within UM6P. UM6P is a university that was recently launched, well, recently it's in 2017, launched and backed by public-private industry funding, the phosphates industry, if you know of OCP. We are an R&D organization. Of course, we have different undergrad and postgrad programs with a specific focus on research and development in verticals and in challenges that are crucial for our continent. So agri-tech, health tech, fintech, and climate and food tech. Recently, so we're based in Ben Guerir. Ben Guerir is a small city 1 hour away from Marrakesh. The R&D and business part is based in Ben Guerir. We, in our location, are a lot of faculties. Recently, a faculty of medical science, with all of the infrastructure for developing health tech, so prototyping labs, etc., where there is also Atlas Cloud Services, which is a cloud service, a cloud company, a sovereign Moroccan, that's also very engaged and very committed to partnerships and to opening to the digital infrastructure in the continent. There is a digital center for excellence. So we're researching, of course, blockchain, AI, and I'm happy to, as I was listening to other professors before, happy to please reach out to me. We're very open to partnerships within the African continent. If there is anything you would want to know from UM6P ecosystem, please do reach out to me on LinkedIn, or I'll shoot my email in the chat. We have recently started developing deep technologies from a startup perspective, not from a research perspective, because within UM6P's DNA is R&D. So we have around 1,000 researchers from all around the world. 30% of them are diaspora. These researchers within different faculties, foundations, we also have a foundation of biotech that developed COVID tests that were used in Morocco recently, monkeypox testing that are being exported. We have around 235 patents that were developed, and we're currently collectively as UM6P, as a community from program, research, and startup, trying to walk those research ideas from lab to market. So we're doing that through different processes. Partnerships is one of them, of course, programs and different support systems. One of them, of course, is the investment fund, is the investment arm that we've presented, Zach, a few months ago at the Valley, is UM6P Ventures. So this is just a big, like a presentation at large of what we do, what we try to do, what we aim to do also in partnerships with the African continent stakeholders, and happy to dig deeper a little later.
Thank you. So TLDR is, you've verified that you actually sit at a very, very complex ecosystem, at the middle of a very complex ecosystem. So hopefully you'll help us untangle some of the questions that have to do with financing and partnering. Ian, I want to hear from you. Well, we have never talked or met. And so this is fresh. Actually, it's the same across everybody except Bola. We had a quick sit down couple weeks ago. But I want to hear from you. How do you see the tech landscape evolving in Africa? How does deep tech takes place, and how can we move the needle?
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So, I mean, for me, I have a somewhat more a little bit of a very practical perspective when it comes to deep tech. Primarily, I guess because I live in the country and mostly have to deal with the problems in the country. oftentimes the sad part of it is you don't have the benefit of dreaming. And so you tend to be very pragmatic about some of these things. But the irony of this pragmatism is that what you realize when you look at things in a very, very factual way is that you're dealing with wicked problems. So you take a problem like food, for example, right? The challenge with something like food, it's one approach, to look at it as purely, a infrastructure issue that government should sort out, or look at it as a, wastage issue, or sometimes people lean to political understandings of the issue. And those, none of those are not, are false, so to speak. But then when you think about it from a perspective of, we actually require technology to enable us to scale the processing of our foods, right? And while preserving their traditional flavor and nature, then you start to realize that deep tech is necessary, right? Why should certain food items take 5 hours to cook, right? When some bacteria can perhaps do that job in 20 minutes and still keep the food safe. These are the kind of questions you ask. Or you take something like energy, which is a perpetual problem across the continent, and you consider the reality that, no matter how you shake it, the amount of money that's required to invest in energy is just insane from the point of view of the GDPs of these countries. Yet, their GDP will not grow without that investment in energy. And then you also consider the challenges of centralized utility setups, right? The grid in Nigeria just went down again. So everybody is on generator, right? So this is the first time this year. Last year we had it happen once every month. So it seems like we're already on our way there. So when you look at these issues at scale, particularly considering the scale, size, geography, and diversity of the continent, you start to realize that so many of these issues cannot be solved without a focus on deep tech. But I guess where I differ with most of the broad wisdom is that we really can't afford the luxury of deep tech for the sake of deep tech. It really has to be deep tech focused on applying existing solutions or a mishmash of solutions to existing problems, real problems that we have, so that we can get to a solution as soon as possible.
That's an excellent point. I think I think I mentioned this to Emeka a couple weeks ago. Said that well, in the context of deep tech investors, we're talking about why not that much money goes into deep tech for Africa, because, well, so many reasons that we might talk about later. And I was like, well, actually, we have a slight different, well, to go back to the dune metaphor, a slight different wind. AI. And so AI is kind of like a gateway drug to deep tech investors, because once you get into investing in AI or thinking about AI, you are serious about the entire stack, because you realize very fast that you can't really have an edge as an investor, as a builder, if you only think about one layer. So if you think about the software layer, you get stuck there. If you think about the the app layer, you get a different company that builds better than you. But if you think about the entire stack and own the entire stack, then it becomes interesting. So that's why I see AI as a gateway drug to deep tech at large. And so, Bola, I want to get your perspective, because you're focused on AI, but your background has been not just AI. And the focus in AI and AI Fund, I think, is super strategic because, well, obviously you work with Andrew NG, which, it's like a super high profile guy, driver of this generative AI conversation, and someone that a lot of people look up to. So you've drank from the source, so to speak. Tell us, what do you know?
Really broad question. In terms of what I know.
Well, what I know when it comes to just like specifically, how does AI play a role in deep tech investing and the role of partnerships at large?
Sure. I think so. I can kind of say a little bit about how AI fund invests and kind of the whole ecosystem and how perhaps that has shifted the thinking from an investment perspective, certainly in Silicon Valley, where I have been based for pretty much most of my time at AI Fund. So that might be different to other geos. So at AI Fund, you know, we've been in AI for quite a long time, right? I've been in AI. I've co-founded 2 AI companies. Andrew, of course, is a luminary in AI. But our approach to investing is actually pretty it's pretty contrarian, or it's becoming less contrarian. It's becoming less contrarian over time. And our approach to investing is that we believe that where as investors, the best place to kind of put your capital, and we made this decision really, really early, is in the application layer. We in the application layer and a little bit in the kind of tech infrastructure layer. And the reason why we came to that conclusion is that we felt that at the deeper layers of the stack, apart from the NVIDIAs of the world, you know, there isn't a real kind of major sustainable moat in that sense. Because if you think about it, you know, OpenAI releases something, then very quickly Anthropic releases something that's slightly better. Very quickly, someone else releases something that's slightly better. So, and those companies have, and Google, of course, released something that's slightly better, Llama, and so on. So it's so competitive at that stage, at that layer, that from an investment perspective, we felt that there isn't really a moat. It's about capital. Capital is, of course, is knowledge for sure, but it's really capital and compute. So from our perspective, we focus almost exclusively on the application layer. And a kind of a key part of our strategy is that so at AI Fund, we're really a pre-seed investor or pre-seed incubation. So we would incubate companies with folks, would kind of the incubations and then the pre-seed investment. So I think and our strategy is essentially this. We believe that on the application layer, the winners are, so there won't be any differentiation. The application layer, the winners are those that have really deep domain expertise in that specific category and are proven executors. So it's basically like the days of fast, the classic days of fast. So ironically, on the application layer, there's not that much deep tech, especially unless for specialized applications. So our approach is to partner with, you know, leading domain expertise that are non-deep tech, and then we provide the AI, they provide the specific domain expertise, and we build something. And so we'll partner with maybe a proven entrepreneur in the healthcare space who almost knows nothing about AI but understands healthcare really, really well, or somebody in the fintech space, or somebody in the insurance space, or somebody in the GovTech space, and we provide the AI. So our approach is basically, you know, I tend to agree with Ian. I've seen a lot of deep tech for deep tech sake. It definitely has to start off with, you know, what problem are you solving, and how, you know, how do you solve that problem? For 99% of things, obviously there's that 1% where you create something truly transformational, but that right now I think is in the minority. So yeah, I'll say that's kind of how we think about investing. I'll say from a fund, from a investment perspective, we do partner with a lot with corporates. So I'm happy to talk a little bit about that, what I can share. We partner with corporates to incubate some of our companies, and those incubations, actually, the corporates themselves, if it's set up right, bring some unique advantages to those companies that give them a little bit of a unfair advantage, at least in the early stages, in the first few years. So that's an overview of how we think about investing at AI Fund, and kind of, you know, some of our partnership activities.
Thank you. This is super helpful. I'm gonna anchor with what you just said. If incubation goes well, I've seen different types of incubation. I've seen big tech incubation, like big tech realizing like, oh, the market outside is moving super fast. Let's grab like some talent and start like V teams and all of that. Never works because like a lot of safety nets there. I've seen universities attempt incubation, but I'm not an expert. So this is when Nisreen comes. I want to hear your perspective on what do you think the ideal incubation mode looks like? And is that what you're using at UM6P? Because again, you have the OTP group, which is a mega company, phosphate. You have the university that basically pipes funds and talent and incubates some of that talent. And then you have the VC arm out of the university that invests in that talent, but also outside. So this is very complex. But I've seen enough companies go through this thing in 4 years, which is somewhat like impressive. Well, very impressive actually, but I'm saying like somewhat because I think that there is way more hidden in the pipeline. So tell us about how this is going and how you're deploying funds.
Sure. As you know, as you've said, the environment is very complex, especially coming from an R&D organization that's also a university. So we're very close to all the talent. We have developers, we have a coding school on site, we have data analysts, all the talent you can think of, AI experts, researchers, all the talent you can think of is in Ben Gurion right now and is being built and taught with all the infrastructure, the programs. Please also, I'll invite you to check a program that's called The Forge. It's a end-to-end entrepreneurship program with the kind of allocation that's going to be given to entrepreneurs. We're recruiting from all across the world, from the Bay Area, from the US, from the African continent in a big percentage, and with access to funding at the end of the training. The way we incubate is through programs for now. So we have, different programs targeted and tailored at different communities. We have Explore a New Founders program that's co-designed with MIT, where we train, where we incubate ideas from researchers, students, and also professors. And this within the whole Moroccan community, Moroccan R&D community. So we have researchers from other faculties, for Faculty Mohammed V, very various universities come to UM6P in Ben Gurion and incubate their ideas. There is the second element. So besides from the program, there is one critical element that we try to work on is the prototyping infrastructure. We have very well developed prototyping infrastructure in terms of digital, agri. There is a green energy park. For every vertical, there is a kind of a support system that's very developed tech-wise. And that allows researchers and entrepreneurs to test. So as of now, it's been done only for UM6P staff and researchers, but we're co-designing with other entities programs that's gonna expand the outreach. So the university, the way we think of it, is a laboratory for African challenges, right? So we can't do things on our own. So we co-design programs to allow for that openness and the diversity needed for it to happen in Ben Gurion or elsewhere with the contact to Ben Gurion. For the early stage investment arm, UM6P Ventures, we have a portfolio of around 29 startups. 30% of them are deep tech. One of the success stories is Deep Echo. I'll invite you to check also Deep Echo story. There are a couple of stories told on YouTube by a diaspora member who used to work in finance, who partnered and teamed up with the radiologist, both Moroccans, both used to work internationally, and who launched both of them an AI-based radio to detect prenatal dysfunctions. They're currently getting the approval of the FDA. They have an accuracy of 95%, and it's typically the innovations that we're looking for, with the openness, of course, to Moroccan and African diaspora, and with the partnership between two expertise. So we're actively looking for different backgrounds to, when I say partnership now, it's not technically assigned agreement, but we also mean what we mean by partnership is also two profiles, two expertise, two backgrounds merging together from Morocco, from the world, and testing, finding an innovation, testing it, and of course having the support system that's gonna scale it. Part of UM6P Ventures mission is to support the venture building, but also to support the partnership part by including and integrating the founders to OCP and UM6P's ecosystem in order to, what you said earlier, Zach, somehow you said we need to de-risk because deep tech is a long cycle. It's a very risky one. And we need to de-risk from the perception and from the infrastructure and with the support system needed towards the market. So we try to include these deep techs within an ecosystem. For instance, this radio, Deep Echo, they have a very big anchor to the Faculty of Medical Science of UM6P. So we kind of guaranteed that the first sales are already guaranteed. That triggers the early stage funding, and that triggers partnerships that we try to scale with them after they get the investment. So it's a whole integration to the ecosystem that's very complex, that requires people to speak with each other, that requires an openness and a functioning with ecosystem, for which we're actively trying to find the DNA. So it's a work in progress. I'm not gonna say it's, it's perfect. We do this perfectly, like the dialogue between public, private, and all the ecosystem within UM6P, within Morocco and within Africa. It's very hard, it's very complex, but we're actively trying to do it. And one of the ways we're doing it, and I'm gonna end on this note, my little speech, is by opening communities. So happy to be part of this one, and happy to invite you all to the Deep Tech Summit we host yearly. It's one other active way of learning and fostering this culture together. It's in May, 8 to 9. I'll be happy, Zach, through you and through the team, to extend invitations to all, and to keep this conversation going from the, anti-colonial perspective that you spoke so much about, and from the tech perspective, and getting everyone to work together for a better tech integration on the continent.
Is that an invite to host the ADTC in-person event?
Absolutely, we'd be happy to be partner with you first and host the sessions you would want to host.
Awesome.
We have a lot to discuss after.
Yeah. No, I'm always looking to sign people up in public for things. I learn from one of the best. If you get the joke, you can message me. So you mentioned, well, your definition of partnerships is, I like this a lot, because that's basically like how I used to do partnerships at Facebook, Meta, back in the day, which is, there was the traditional way, which is, hey, you go sign a bunch of paperwork, do a lot of due diligence, send a bunch of money, onboard the vendor, takes ages. But we had this performance cycle, like 6 months. And so like you have to do things. And so part of doing things is like you take shortcuts by handshake deals. As long as there is nothing weird in it, and you're like, hey, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. Are you aligned? I'm aligned. And then, the legalese stuff can run in parallel to not be a blocker to the main thread. And so I like that a lot. And I feel like it's a way, or from an African context, it's one way to do things faster, because we don't have, one, unified legal frameworks across the continent, and two, we have historically been a trade society. And so like we've been doing handshakes for way longer than legal language existed and Latin existed. And so back to you, Ian, if someone comes and like, hey, I have this big deal with this company or this government and yada yada, and basically the company, government, university is backing that startup because they see a need, but at the same time, the startup is ready to scale. What's your typical due diligence there? Like, do you look for actual product market fit, as in like, hey, do you have customers that are outside the ecosystem, or do you, yeah, how would you pick such an opportunity, just like from from your pragmatic standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, we get into that situation quite a bit, especially because of the way we invest. So I primarily run Accelerate, which is basically an accelerator that helps founders get to $1 million in revenue. It's a zero equity accelerator. And that is where we prepare founders. And that's what I mostly spend my time on. But the group has a fund called the Fund for Africa's Future. The Fund for Africa's Future actually invests typically between $100,000 to $500,000 in founders that are haven't yet made $1 million or just at the cusp of making $1 million, and they understand their customer and they need capital to meet their customers' needs, right? We don't usually look for product market fit like it's a magic formula. We look for founding teams that deeply understand their customer and why they buy. And then we try to understand with them. So we try to go on that journey with them where we uncover a shared unique insight that is us and the founding team. And we see that shared unique insight in action. If the logic of that shared unique insight actually works, we'll know very quickly that we will have product market fit, or that product market fit is a function of additional particular kinds of resources, whether that's access to markets, i.e. a sales or business development person who can walk into a particular room and talk or walk that talk or walk that work, or it's just capital that is required. The other thing that we spend time on is understanding the unit economics of the business, but not just from the company's perspective, but from the customer's perspective. How does this lower costs or increase revenue, accelerate revenue? If it doesn't do either of those two things, we're out, because we know the purchase isn't based on not logic, but on novelty, and we don't do novelty. And then the most important thing, actually, ironically, is the character of the founder and the amount of love they have for their customer. And that is something that takes time to observe, which is why, actually, I would say right now, 100% of our deal flow comes from the accelerator. So we may understand logically the unique customer insight that drives your business. We may understand the unit economics down to the nines, but if we do not see your customer obsession and sense of urgency at play within a 10-week period, then we know we're signing up for a different kind of job.
Yep.
And for us, because we're so revenue focused, as opposed to fundraising focused, we know what works faster than most other people, because it's not about how much money you raise, but it's about how much revenue you make. So that's generally how we operate as a fund.
That reminds me of something that Mike Maples from Floodgate Capital says, where he has this theory that the best founding teams are conspiracies, which is a mix of they know something the rest of the world doesn't know, but also they are so certain of what they're doing that it's like, it just shows. Like you sit with them and you're like, oh, wow, okay, this guy's doing something that looks very different, but they're doing it from a point of conviction that almost makes it feel real. And so you sit down with these founders and you get it. I'm just gonna like drop a name here. Maxwell from TerraHaptics. First time I chatted with him and his co-founder, they're building drones in Nigeria, in case you were not aware of the company. And well, not just drones, like all sorts of robotics for defense and for interesting frontier use cases. And you can just see the passion. You're like, before the conversation, you're like, wait, drones in Nigeria? Like, that doesn't add up. And you sit down, you're like, oh, actually, it adds up a lot more than I thought, for so many reasons. I'm like, not gonna get into that. But that's an example of like this idea of founding teams as a conspiracy and that deeply understand their customers, but also always find a way to generate revenue. Because part of that conviction is they know how many dots they need to cross before they get to the end state they want. So that slightly different angle. I had a question actually for Bola, but one of the Q&A questions is aligned, I would say better. I understand from Shikere Ize. I understand why the application layer may seem more attractive. What criteria do you use to determine which AI applications are worth investing in, and how do you measure their potential for success? Which is kind of like a flip side of what Ian just talked about. But I'm curious to hear your perspective, like why the application layer, and yeah, how do you determine what's a winner, or do you have any telltales to see what's a winner, especially taking into account that the world is super fast moving. Well, the sand dune is fast moving and shape shifting by the day. And so the answer to this question, I'm not going to lock you into one answer for this question. I just want to test what the answer is today.
So I think, again, as very early stage investors, a huge part of what we do is backing the founder. It's all about the founder, or a significant aspect of it. Often, sometimes you have tenants of product market fit or tenants of traction, and something drastically changes in the market, and now they have to find something. So putting that aside, but I'm happy to comment on that. That's pretty big. But looking at the application, looking at kind of the use cases, I think there are a couple of things that I look for in good use cases. I think number one is, does it, like like you mentioned, does it reduce cost or generate revenue? That's fundamental, right? Or there are other things, as the other aspects as well, but does it solve a key KPI? Then you're kind of distilling it down. Does this solve a key KPI? And I'm mostly talking about B2B applications. B2C is completely different. And by the way, I think that is a huge $100 billion opportunity. But just focusing on B2B applications, does the application solve does this solve a problem? In fact, not even a problem. Let's distill it down. Does this solve a metric that an executive is getting their bonus on? That's like a different, so down to that level of granularity. How does your tech impact help me as a VP at X company get my bonus? How does your tech, not in the innovation teams, not like innovation teams, but actual, BU executive leaders. So that's super important. So that's number one. The second thing is, I think that's a fundamental, right? Do you impact a metric, a business metric? And I think the best founders can get to the metric that their business impact. For example, when I was a founder in my previous company, I was using AI to predict car accidents. And when the customers would ask me, they would say, "Oh, that's cool. So, what are you selling?" And I'll say, "Hey, we have great accuracy, great precision, great recall. Look at this data. Look at this. Look at that." They weren't really interested, because what does that mean to them? But when I just distill it down to, "Hey, we can improve your loss ratio," instant. That's a different. The best founders can get to that level of granularity, and they need to get to that level of granularity quickly. But I would say that is the minimum, but it's not sufficient for the very best company. You need more than that. So the second is, how quickly can you show ROI? How quickly can you show? For example, using my previous startup example, I was in the safety space. So it's about reducing car accidents. So how do you tell when a car accident, are you reducing car accidents? Oh, you have to run it over 6 months. And then compare the metrics with the last year's metrics. That's too long. Whereas with an insurer, hey, put this speed in and we can run the data and you can see that it improve your loss ratio instantly. So the companies that can deliver value, can show quantifiable value as fast as that's another kind of X factor aspect. The third aspect is the third aspect is how easy is it for the customer to get started. So the magic of ChatGPT, right, which a lot of people I don't know if a lot of people have really spoken about, is the fact that for previous AI applications back in AI 1.0 days, in my day, before you could generate any value, before you can show customer any value, you needed them to hey, can you give me your data? Hey, let me clean the data. Hey, let me hire a couple of PhDs. Hey, let me run, all of that. Whereas on ChatGPT, you just have a browser, have the internet, and boom, in less than 10 seconds, you have the value. So that's why it's magical, because it just democratizes access to it. So ease of the customer getting access to it. There's more stuff. And maybe the final one for specific industries is the workflow and integration into workflow, so that is as seamless as possible. I'll say this final example, and then we'll hand it back to you. One of my companies, and CEO is really amazing. Is creating this product to help technicians. If technicians have questions, help them answer the questions that they have. Essentially, instead of them calling a manager, they can just speak to ask this AI system. And initially, most founders, and we included, would have said, "Oh, yeah, just create an app. Why don't you just create an app, right? You just create an app, and that's just like ChatGPT." Turns out those folks they've never really used, they don't really know how to do that. But what do they know? What they know is that they call a hotline. And what did the founder do? The founder created an AI-enabled hotline. Phenomenal. I mean, they call the hotline and they have the value. So things like that, I think, is what kind of separates the really great applications from the not so great.
There's so many good points. I think you wrapped up. You're starting to wrap us up, which is great, because we have 5 minutes. So I'm going to take the 5 minutes to close this from what you just said. But I'm still struck by you listed 3 points. The one that struck me the most was the first one, which is, does it solve a metric? And as a founder, I don't know, I've been doing this for as long as I can remember. I never thought about this. It's such a trivial thing, but I just never thought about it, because I did I never looked at B2B. I never cared for B2B. But I was in a business, I was one of those people, like, either setting the metrics or chasing the metric. And like, when you mentioned that, it just hit me, and like, just slap in the face. This is literally like how B2B deals are made. It's just an optimization function that the company cannot do inside, and they try to externalize it. And you can reverse engineer this whole thing by just basically build for metrics. So this is like my 2025 investment thesis: building for metrics, if building for businesses or business users. This was excellent. There's two questions in the Q&A that I want to go over. The first one is, and I'll open it to anyone who wants to respond. And please, we'll make it brief. It is often very difficult to understand what idea can work, how impactful it could be to address clients' need, and quite frankly, if it's worth the risk. Yes. How do you know you are ready to leave your W2 for non-US US employees is basically like means you have a 9-to-5, and go the tech entrepreneur route. If any of you has experience in this, either left your W2, great. Otherwise, I can speak to this. Who wants to go? One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
I can try. I can try, and with a disclaimer that I'm not an entrepreneur. I am on the W2 side as of now.
Right. We'll make it very brief then. You get 5 words.
A support system is important to back you up. That's all I can say.
It's good. Very good partnerships response. Ian, you wanted to say something there?
Well, I noticed that Mr. Fibo wanted to answer the question live, and
Oh, I think he
I would
just
love
flagged.
to.
No, I think he
Okay,
just
for
flagged
us,
the.
for
Yeah,
us.
yeah, he just
Okay,
flagged
okay,
for us.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
No, he
what
said
I
us
would
is
say,
W2.
what I would say is, you are ready to leave your 9 to 5. And I speak as somebody who's never had a 9 to 5. So I think you'll be ready
Way
to
more
leave your 9 to
legit,
5.
Ian, than I am. Way more legit.
No, I don't know what it feels like to leave your 9 to 5. So that's the problem here. So for me, I think it's really about, do you have a deep understanding of your customer, and do you have an obsession to serve them that essentially jolts you out of your current reality and makes it almost impossible for you to do anything else but leave that job? If you're not seeing that customer in your team, in your computer as you work, like, like, I don't know, the one thing I have experience in is falling in love. If you're not like the way you would see, you would fall in love with a beautiful woman that you want to marry. If you don't see, like, have that level of obsession with your customer, don't quit. It won't be worth it. Just
Yeah.
don't quit. Until you get to that level of obsession with your customer, then you're not ready for commitment. The commitment that building a startup requires, because it's going to be very difficult. Now, there are many ways to build that conviction. You can start working on it on the side, or to such a time as it overwhelms your schedule. But then the reality is there's a lot of heavy lifting that is required before you even get to that point. So you have a choice to make, and that would just be my advice.
Very good point. I'll be contrary here for a second, because I had, well, maybe I had 2 W2s, I think. And so the last time I left a W2 was in 2021, June. That was Facebook. And I had very short story. I had a somewhat big viral app, whatever, call it whatever you want, B2C, because that's where I enjoy spending time. And I thought to myself, well, it would suck if this thing just no longer exists. One day I was like, I just thought like, oh, it would be sad if this product that I built way back no longer exists. And the only reason why it wouldn't exist is if I keep my W2. And so it was this friction between, should I keep building value for myself, or should I keep building value for the W2? And that was kind of like somewhat an easy decision, because at that time I was, flying solo, no kids, no nothing. And it was easier, but also I realized that I was at the point where it no longer becomes easy. Or at the point where it's kind of like it becomes an exponentially more difficult to make the jump. And I was like, okay, this is the way to make the jump. And I'll basically summarize the 3 years since I made the jump in one sentence, which is, and it has to do with how time flies. When you're in a W2, you feel like time is flying according to that job's demands. And so like you get stuck in, the tools, the processes, the people, the things that shape your reality are basically that W2's reality. And it's very hard to get a different perspective unless if you really make it your job to do so. I think AI or generative AI finally started pushing this trend of W2s having enough, well, back then, like you would need to moonlight nights and weekends and holiday PTO and whatnot. Now you can build prototypes very, very fast. And I think it's definitely de-risking leaving W2. And so, yes, I am contrarian, or I was, but given today's data and the tools that we have, I think that it's definitely risky to leave a W2, because there's going to be a time very soon where W2s would no longer be. Whole different conversation. But also the fact of leaving the W2 means that you're kind of like have to rebuild your identity around the new thing. you're no longer the 9 to 5er at the tech company. You have to figure out what your new identity is, and it becomes much easier if you can identify this blocker before leaving W2, work on it, and own your narrative after you leave. There are way more questions and not that much time. Okay, let's see. Ian, if you're investing in US dollars while the founders are building a product for a local market with customers paying local currency in Naira, for example, how do you measure your return on investment as an investor? Very good question. Yeah.
I mean, for me, so I invest in technology companies, so I don't expect them to build for local markets. I've just never been caught in that trap. I expect them to leverage local resources to build, and I expect them to experiment first with the local market, but I don't expect them to build for just a local market. I mean, if that's what they're doing, and they're not following the strategy, I probably didn't invest in that. Our biggest wins have consistently been the companies that have managed to grow global. So that means that they start off in the local market, they experiment in the local market, but they understand a customer archetype so well that they're able to scale demographically rather than geographically. And that takes different formats. I'll give you a practical example. We invested in a company called Move, Moove, and Move basically started out with Lagos Uber drivers, financing cars for Lagos Uber drivers. Today, Move is Waymo's largest fleet management partner because they're helping Waymo scale their fleet by asset financing and managing Waymo's fleet. So that is, and Waymo doesn't have any drivers. So the model is even cheaper.
Can I add something to what Ian is saying?
Please, yeah.
Global markets is a very important thing, and I'm maybe touching on the psychology perspective. I think growing up in Africa and being embedded in all this narrative, we don't see the grandiosity of the world as it is, and it's important to build narratives that open more our minds and feel more powerful into tapping into that potential that the world has. From a partnership perspective, what we try to do when discussing with other VCs is opening, of course, each other's portfolio startups, but also opening markets for each other's portfolio startups. Like, for instance, if we're talking with a VC in South Africa, well, we're telling that VC, and they're telling us as well, because it's a reciprocal approach. If your startups want to settle in Morocco, please consider us as a bridge for Moroccan markets, and vice versa. So this is very important. It's very important to conceptualize through partnerships, openness to markets and to other markets, thanks to networks on site.
Awesome. Thank you. There is, I want to be mindful of time. It's 8:45 well, actually 3 of you here are, well, except Bola, it's like 1 hour before, I think. There are 2 more questions in the Q&A. We can take them aside. This was supposed to be a scratch in the surface of the investment and partnerships and collaboration potential for African deep tech and African tech at large. I think it's, again, as I said, like this is beginning the conversation. These are conversations that we kind of have on the side and behind what quote unquote digital closed doors once every month. We dive even deeper, like very, very focused conversations. We'd love to have follow-ups, specific follow-ups to some of these things, like even like practical. So much to do. I can, if you want, you can say super short closing. One takeaway or actually, let's make it easier. What's one takeaway for founders or potential founders or W2 employees currently watching and are thinking, oh, there might be something interesting in these past 4.5, 5 hours. Where yeah, what's your one word advice or on this? Whoever wants to start, and we'll close right after.
Yeah,
I'll leave it me. Go ahead,
ahead,
please go ahead.
I think, you know, the reason why I didn't really comment on the W2 aspect is I think that's how you know you're an entrepreneur. It does take, there is some faith involved. And I think often people over quantify the risk of being an entrepreneur. It's actually not that risky. It's actually not that risky, and you learn a lot. So I would say do it. That idea, do it. You will fail in that idea, you get better second one. Good idea, do it. Good idea, do it. Go out and do it. And I think how you know well, entrepreneur is that you do it. There's loads of excuses as to why you can't do it. Oh, I have this, I have that, I have this, I have that. Obviously, if you have family depending on you, like real stuff, don't. But generally, a lot of this is just excuses. Even if you don't have a good idea, if you want to be an entrepreneur, just go out there and do it. There's enough resources out there. So that's my takeaway. Just do it, and you learn. You learn.
Awesome. Really awesome. Next, Nisreen.
I have way less legitimacy than all of you guys.
Well,
I have.
how can companies think about partnering? It's slightly different for you.
I can answer still. I also was part of the I mean I worked in social entrepreneurship before, and I've been in touch a lot with entrepreneurs in Morocco, and I've seen people taking immense risks and being successful and the opposite. So I think one has to be comfortable with the idea of failing from a psychological perspective. On the partnership side, what I meant by being surrounded with support systems is many kind of support systems. So emotional, family, friends that will encourage you to take those risks. Financial, maybe have like savings account that's going to protect you from failing for a few months. And these are things I'm actively thinking about as we all contemplate leaving the W2 and going entrepreneur for a while. So different support systems surrounding you and being comfortable with the idea of failure and what that means. Just breaking down what's the worst case scenario and being comfortable with going for it. I think that's what I would say.
Awesome. Thank you. Ian?
I think for me, I just think there's a need for more deep tech enthusiasts. Let's not even say entrepreneurs. Maybe that might be a little too far. To really try to connect their interests to challenges on the ground. One thing I realize is, you see, Africa's problems are not unsolvable or insurmountable. They just require people who have knowledge of the problems, not just and how you know technology can solve those problems, and folks who have a will to actually go out there and make it happen. Most times we cover for that lack of knowledge by talking about capital, as though capital can solve any problem. I always tell people money is useless if it's not solving any problem, right? So what is more important, having the money to solve a problem or actually solving the problem? So I think that for me is the most important thing. How can deep tech contribute its quota to solving the continent's problems? Because that's what we're looking for. And if there are good answers to that question, please feel free to reach out to me for how we can get those solutions in play as soon as possible.
This was awesome. I'm going to quickly recap. Bola, just do it. That's the only way to know. Nisreen, surround yourself with support system. Ian, you have to have a very good knowledge of the problems as opposed to go after capital and knowing how to solve those problems and hopefully use deep tech to solve the continent's problems, which I concur. Unfortunately, I'm no longer contrary in this one. I think the future is bright. There are so many things to do. There's so much good stuff to work on. We've been incarnated in an interesting time in history where the conversation is shifting, but shifting much faster. And so for some of us that have I'm going to quote you, knowledge of the problem of technology. How does it disrupt existing systems, and how does it embed itself into the fabric of society? Then that's a good starting point to look at other deep tech problems. And also being hyper aware that in the AI age, the data or the information that AI or a large language model spits out at a potential founder or project owner might unintentionally push them to think that they know the problem. But they only know the problem through the narrative of the large language model that tells them about the problem. And so kind of back to what I said to Bola earlier about does it solve a metric? I feel like the best people to disrupt the companies they work in are those that can actually look at the company's problem, the metrics that they are solving for as a W2 employee, and asking basic questions. How can I make well, this is actually like the last contrarian thing that I still hold, I think, which is always try to make that myself, like live as if I don't live, like deprecate myself as I go. And by doing that, you find efficiencies either in tools or systems or people. And, like you build teams that somewhat, can take over the lead quickly if you disappear. You can do things that scale by thinking of yourself as, just like a byproduct of the environment as opposed to the owner of the problem. And with that, thank you so much, everyone. I don't know if Emeka wants to say something last or just like close us, but I want to appreciate Bola, Nisreen, Ian. Thank you so much. It's late. It's almost 9 p.m. your time. So I'm gonna let you go get some food, take a nap, and until next time.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, everyone. This has been
Thank you.
awesome. And yeah, we're already wrapped up. So I'll just say thank you. And yeah, please reach out. We want to keep the conversation going. And yeah, we'll see you all on the next one. Thank you and have a good one.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye.